Hello. Hello, chat. Hello. I'm cutting it kind of close, but we are here just in time. We're hosting a tournament, and it is starting literally this minute. We are literally starting anytime. Yeah, hello. Hello, chat. Are we here? I see one chatter. Anybody else here? Hello, maybe. Hello, hello, my doppelganger. Other April. I was here sooner, but I had to reset password. Interesting. Hello, people. Hello, Reeve. Hello, Duard. Hello, Margaret. We're hosting a tournament, and it's the first time I'm doing it. Kind of, not really, but it's the first one of my new series. So hopefully it goes well. Hello, Eric Tendo. We're just about to start. I can see the players getting to the tables. Didn't know you had a room. Oh, yeah. I'm in round two. If you're in round two, then you won't have to play for a little while. Um, you won't have to play for about half an hour. You basically got a buy. Yeah. Literal best 20 of the month. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so what I'm gonna do basically is pick a match to do a feature match. And we're gonna follow it. It's not like a Konami tournament. There aren't set rounds that will be very rigid. Like some players will be playing round two while round one is still happening. Um, but we're gonna pick one feature match for each round, so it should be nice and simple. And I'm gonna try to give some good commentary. But feel free to like suggest improvements and stuff because this is the first time I'm doing it. So, who should we watch? Do we want to watch this one? I think this one's a good one to watch just because I did actually host a one-off tournament earlier this year, and it was actually won by Hager. So technically, this is the nearest thing to a reigning champion. So I guess we could spectate this game for round one. Let me know, by the way, any mods in chat or enthusiastic chatters, like how my audio band sounds. Is the music nice and chill, or is it intrusive? Okay, so going into the games, we have, what is that? Regenesis Vanquish Soul? It is. Regenesis Vanquish Soul going first. Master Duel volume might be a bit too loud. Okay, so we just summoned a Caesar and passed, and it returns to the hand. Okay, Maxi will do that, yeah. Okay, so we're playing Primite, probably Blue Eyes. And yeah, we have wishes. A discard drill beam as well. That's always a nice play. It's always a nice play. Okay, so we're live now. Okay. So the game should be nice and slow. We searched for... What did we search for? Roar and Maiden. Okay. Can me and my opponent play in our room? You can start in your room, but do try to play in the given room in the future. Just because then I can feature you. So we're putting... How much damage are we going to do here? I don't really know what Vanquish Soul or Regenesis could do to stop this. I know that the Regenesis trap does not require any setup. You don't need any Regenesis names on the board or anything. So they could have the Birth, and that Birth would be like a Book of Moon. But that's like a small disruption. Okay, so we hard drew the Mausoleum. I'm surprised that we played it this way if we hard drew Mausoleum. If we hard drew Mausoleum, did we not want to use the Maiden of White effect on the field? Perhaps we're playing around like Nibiru? Although, yeah, we could be playing around Nibiru, because this is 4 summons. Doesn't Birth target? Birth does target, yes. I also don't think they have it, because they would have used it by now. And then, okay, yeah, this is nice. This is a lethal line that plays around Nibiru, so... And this Blue Eyes is untargetable, so... I think it's just gonna go through. It's not gonna go through. Okay, we have a game. We have Super Poly. Yeah, predictions up, by the way. Drizzy's gonna do predictions. Drizzy's cool. So we're gonna discard the Caesar that we knew about. This is Garura. Yeah, Garura. That's interesting. We're playing Super Poly in our Regenesis Vanquish Soul deck. That is very interesting. Hasted the prediction? Oh, my bad. My bad. You're both cool, though. You're both cool. Okay, so main phase 2, we're gonna have to play into the Nibiru if we want the Drill Beam to be live. Well, not really. We could have made it live anyway, but we're gonna play into the Nibiru anyway. It's probably not Nibiru against Regenesis. I don't think it's likely to be playing Nibiru. And we make a Seals and pass. So we have a Drill Beam set, a Mystery set, which we don't know. Unknown card in hand. Oh my god, that is a crazy card. That's not likely to be Drill Beamable, because we didn't summon the Blue Eyes back yet. So unless this is another Primite... Yeah, okay, so we can't negate it. But it is Majesty, which is useful. We can pop this Mystery set, I suppose. Yeah, we bounce Garura, so it's not going to draw when we remove it. We do know that there is a Regenesis card in the hand. There's the Archfiend in the hand. But that doesn't do anything by itself. So as crazy as that Duster was, the Seals is follow-up. So Emu needs another card in the hand. They need another 2500 monster in order to play. We're just going to summon Ether Barrel, which I find interesting. Yeah, okay, we don't have another 2500. The Archfiend needs a 2500 to reveal in order to play. I'm surprised we summoned Ether Barrel. That makes me think we're not on like Magnamut or something, because Magnamut would have been a much better card to summon. Because we already had Barrel coming back. So maybe we're not on Magnamut. But this is a lot of follow-up now, so... So we can play Drill Beam Control, basically. If you're ever in a situation where you don't have a play, and the opponent has like Drill Beam Recycling, it pretty much always checks you, because you can only draw one play. You know, one live starter, and they can always just negate that, because they know it's your only one. So it's really rough to be in this situation. Okay, we make Spirit. We can't search Mausoleum because it's already in the graveyard. We're just going for lethal here. Summon out Blue Eyes and attack for game, most likely. Okay, we are doing more than just that. Okay. Oh, Emu scoops it up. Merry Christmas showers. Hello. Hello. It's not Christmas yet, but hello. Okay, so game 1 goes to Hager. I'm gonna follow one match. Remember, these are best of 3. So it's not over just yet. And there is no side deck, but the loser does decide the coin. So we're gonna get Emu going first if they want to. Let's have a look who else is playing. We've got some other matches going on here. Okay. So let's get into game 2. Okay, let's see what Regenesis can do. We got the nice Sky Striker Alt Art Rota. That's gonna get Raisin, surely. Yeah, we got Raisin. Oh, we've been really? We're drawing Vanquish Soul right now? That's really nasty. We had Max C game 1, Droll game 2. That's really nasty. I think Regenesis definitely wants to search a little bit as well. And obviously Vanquish Soul does. So that was a nasty draw. How could they do this to them? I know. This is what it takes to be a reigning champion. So we just add back the Raisin and pass. Now this is technically some kind of disruption. If there's like another attribute, right? We can, if we have a Fire or a Dark, we can summon it on the opponent's turn, get a search, and then use this effect. But that's like one disruption. They need to have something else. Okay, and we're starting with Lordly Load. This is one of the better cards to start with going second, especially when you get to search Drill Beam, which they do. This is always so threatening, because Drill Beam can trade with, like, back row and stuff, you know? Can they switch decks? They cannot. This is a one deckless submission tournament. So they have submitted their one deck, and there's no siding. Basically just how Master Duel works in general, right? You only play with one deck at a time. So the Drill Beam is in the hand, but it is not necessarily live. We would have to have like a Blue Eyes or an additional barrel or something. It is live. I was gonna say this would probably be the best Drill Beam. You could wait for a back row, but we know that Super Poly is one of the cards that Emu is playing, and you can't trade with that one anyway. So I kind of like just going after the rock here. And now we reset Drill Beam. Might as well do it now while we control the Primite. Now we can link it off if we want to. So again, we could have Super Poly. We could have Super Poly, and we could also have the Birth this time. The Regenesis Birth. Drill Beam the best card in Blue Eyes? Yeah, it is kind of the best card in Blue Eyes. Oh, we have this. We have Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. I would be very surprised if this has all three attributes. But we have Raisin, we have Archfiend. Okay, so just two. And we get to special summon Raisin, which can activate and destroy the spirit, which is reasonable. So we still get to do that disruption despite Rock not resolving. And we what else do we get from Snow Devil? We get Destruction Protection, which isn't the most relevant. Yeah, we're gonna go... Oh, we have Jiaolong as well. So we have Jiaolong and Heavy Bolga. If we want to, we could go Bolga right now. But that's... We don't have a Dark in the hand, so... That's not gonna work. That's not gonna get a draw. Normal Summon Sage is a really good follow-up play. Like, the follow-up play. If we didn't have Sage or Wishes, we could have still played Drill Beam Control. But now we get to play Blue Eyes as well. Haven't seen you since DC. What rank did you get? If you were there for the very end of my stream, it was very unfortunate. We just had a really big dip right at the end, and there wasn't enough time to even it out. So even though we were pretty high, like we were on track to get like 30th place kind of thing with 56k or 55k, we fell quite a bit at the end, and we didn't make it to the top 100 in the end. Is this postal current ban list? This is the announced ban list, so the most recent announced one. So Baguska is banned, and the other changes are alive too, right? Like Delicious is at 3. I forget what else happened. Dormouse is obviously at 1. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but... Oh, there it is. There's the second Super Poly. For your Igeki, Yubel, yeah, those are the other changes. So we're going to discard the Jiaowang. And this makes Mud Dragon. Okay. So we do have both generic targets for our Super Poly. We could have made Mud Dragon in the previous game. Instead, we chose to wait for Garura. What is the reason we didn't do that this time? Perhaps we didn't think that our opponent was going to play into it? Okay, we're setting Wishes here. This card is second draw. Yeah, so Sage and the Trap are not really going to extend. We're just going to summon with Load. And this has to be in defense position, right? So we're not going to be able to clear any monsters. So we're sort of just controlling here. This is Drill Beam plus Majesty. Oh, I guess we can make yeah, we can make the big fusion. That can attack. Thank you, Rainfall, by the way. Thank you for subscribing. You're the best. Thank you. Yeah, so Lordly Load locks us out of effects, but we can still summon them. Good afternoon. What is this Super Cutie Monthly? This is my new tournament series. If you want to participate, join the Discord. This is a free entry tournament with a little small prize for first place. If you want to play some Master Duel with the community, get a nice stream every month. It's something you might be interested in. Vanquished forgot to declare light. This is true, actually. Mud Dragon declaring light here, right? Your opponent cannot target monsters on the field. which means you cannot use this card, which is the Wishes, right? The Wishes targets the Blue Eyes, so it's not usable under Mud Dragon. I'm guessing the reason why they didn't is because it's a very niche interaction that's probably not come up before for them. So it probably wasn't on their radar that that is a thing they need to pay attention to. Okay, but the Regenesis Archfiend is live because the Borger is a 2500 attack monster. So we're playing Regenesis. Is this resolving? I think this is resolving. Wait, they scooped. What? Could we not play? Just adds a Regenesis card. I mean, I guess if we only have one play, whatever spell we get can be drill beamed, and then it's kind of over at that point. And Blue Eyes was in a good spot. It's not like Regenesis can OTK, so they were probably losing. I think there was a few more actions to do though, just to be sure. But there we have it. Round 1, our feature match goes to Hager. Also, yes, Abby, I know I said no streams this week, and I streamed, yes. I had not set up my tournaments when I made my stream schedule. I apologize. Also, thank you to Eric for subscribing as well. I see you snuck that subscription in there when I was thanking someone else. But yeah, thank you for subscribing. Subscribing, by the way, gets you access to the other tournament that I'm doing. I'm not just doing this one monthly, I'm also doing a subscriber-only tournament with a much bigger prize. So if you want to play in that one, you can subscribe. Okay. So since our feature match was relatively quick, let's check out some other round 1 matches. Let's look at the bracket here. Let's look at this one. Akemi versus Umezawa. Economy. It is very cool you are doing Genesis tournament. Is that on Dueling Book? No, the Genesis tournament is also on Master Duel. I know that sounds weird at first, but I do kind of think that it's better on Master Duel because only one thing can go wrong on Master Duel, and that's summoning to the extra monster zone. Whereas on Dueling Book, literally anything you can think of can go wrong. So I would rather use Master Duel. But if people really prefer Dueling Book for Genesis, I can always change it. That's always a possibility. Also, thank you to iCampus for subscribing as well and following. You are a very cute cutie. Okay, so Akemi on the bottom here playing Labyrinth. We're maxing in the standby phase, getting Ashed, unfortunately. Classic Labyrinth player drawing lovely. And opponent goes Ice Riser. This is unfortunate. We kind of drew all the wrong cards here, because this could have been extremely good if these were just slightly different cards. You know, Ku Klux and Lovely, if it was maybe Ku Klux and a Furniture. Very big deal, right? Very big difference. If we had Arias, that would have been even crazier with this Daruma cannon. Predictions are up. You don't have to do predictions for this match, by the way, because this is one that's already concluded. I already leaked the result. I see Umezawa is playing Lancia in their Rise Your list, by the way. So clearly they are thinking that Malice is still a thing. They're clearly thinking that Malice is still a thing, with 1 Dormouse, 1 Field Spell, and 1 Gold Sock. When is the Genesis tournament? So if you join the Discord, if you do !Discord, you can see all of the schedule. This game was kind of just not it, by the way. I'm surprised that Akemi didn't play, because none of these cards immediately did anything. We could have set like Daruma Cannon, but We were not going to win from this position. It's way too hard to beat this Ryziel setup, so don't blame them. But let's watch game 2 now. Akemi will go first, no doubt. Yeah, the Genesis tournament is on the 3rd Friday of every month. This one, the Super Cutie free entry, is on the 1st Friday of every month. And then the paid entry one, the one that you have to be a sub for, with the big prize, that's on the 2nd Friday of every month. So that's how we're scheduling it. That's what I want to do from now on. Okay, so we set 2 and pass. Setting 2 in Labyrinth is not a good sign. Is that Lovely in the hand again? We're summoning Lady from the deck, and we're going, okay, is this going to come from the hand? Setting D barrier, and we summon Ku-Klux from the hand. Okay, so we're not going for a Lovely, we're going for a D barrier, which is admittedly way more impactful than a Lovely plop, so fair enough. We're going to D barrier Ryziel. What do you do under D barrier as Ryziel? You can still summon all of your cards. Oh my god, we have Chaos Hunter too. Chaos Hunter pitch Chaos Hunter. Wow, we were also prepped for Malice. I don't know about those decisions. Maybe playing one Lancia in Ryziel in a best of 3 is reasonable, because you can search it. But I don't know about the main decked Chaos Hunter in Labyrinth, because if I was playing this tournament, I would not be expecting any Malice. This is post-ban list. And we did draw Lovely, oh my god. We tribute summoned Lovely, reset D barrier, oh my god. But this is actually kind of cracked, because we can go D barrier again. They still can't get to anything. They still can't get to anything. They can generate a whole bunch of advantage again, but unless they can find a way to stop this recycling, they're in trouble, right? Oh, wait, but with the Plasma Hole in the graveyard? Yeah, with the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, they can Xyz on Akami's turn, which is really good. We can use the big welcome to disrupt. I don't know if I would have used it that way, because obviously that just takes away 1 material. I would maybe use it on the detonator itself. Ooh, we're playing Backjack. Okay, so I think I know what kind of build this deck is. This is the Banquet of Millions build, right? The one that was the only playable lab deck that I saw in the 2nd stage Duelist Cup last weekend. Was a Banquet of Millions King Backjack version. So maybe that is what's going on here. We have the D barrier again as we reset, and then we go, okay, Karma Cannon and D barrier at the same time. Is there a reason we flipped preemptively? Rather than waiting for them to target? Because then we maybe didn't have to use both of them. Okay, we're going Punishment here. Punishment pops the detonator because D barrier has resolved. So it can't protect itself. Nice interaction. This game is surprisingly, like, playable for lab. I thought that as soon as the detonator hit the board, I thought it was over. I didn't think that the D barrier loop was good enough versus an established detonator. But it seems like Labyrinth is playing. That Imperm is pretty clutch though. That Imperm is clutch because that does stop the loop. So we're not going to get to set D barrier again. Can we get to another one? Because we have a lot of Labyrinth engine now. If we can set up another D barrier with like Ku-Klux and Lady, I think that seals it. I think that would seal the game. Yeah, or this. Just discard a rollback. So that's 1 more D barrier for free that we have access to, that Ryziel cannot do anything about. I think that's enough to win the game. Because 1 more turn of doing basically nothing for Ryziel, and Labyrinth just has like everything. They're just gonna win on the next turn. They'll have Crow. If they have Crow for the rollback target, that would be crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. We're gonna maxi now. Sure, when else would you maxi? Normal summon the sword, so we don't give a draw. Into detonator. I wonder if Umizuwa is holding on to some anti-malice cards. Like maybe dead copies of Lancia. Because Akemi was also suffering from that. Opening double Chaos Hunter versus Ryziel. Also, why did we XC summon? Excuse me? How did we allow this? Why did we not use rollback? So I get letting them do it under Maxi, because you kinda want to draw a card. But I don't feel like there's any XCs. I mean, like, there are some that you would let them make for a draw, but Detonator is not one of them. I don't think this is worth one draw. Perhaps Akemi missed that they could go D-Barrier preemptively. It does kind of feel wrong, right? Because after the normal summon sword, if you went D-Barrier at that point, you would have drawn no cards for your Maxi. So it's kind of a feel-bad moment. It kind of makes you feel like you're misplaying on purpose, you know? Activating Maxi, then immediately stopping your opponent from special summoning. Doesn't feel good. But I think it was the right play. Personally, I don't think I would have used the Maxi at all. I would have flipped the D-Barrier and kept the Maxi, just in case. But now we've let Raziel XC summon. Now you're forced to Daruma. I don't think it's bad to go D-Barrier anyway, because it does stop the pops. And if we can stick all of our monsters, we could maybe muscle through the D-Barrier at the Detonator next turn. What's up? Hello, Mazar. Hello. We're hosting our tourney today. And Umizuwa scoops it up. Nice. So it's 1-1. We have a game 3. Pure Mitsu tournament, let's go. Not yet. Mitsurugi is pre-Mitsu tournament, yes. It is pre-Mitsu and post-banlist, so technically it's a fake format, I know. It is technically a fake format. But it should still be fun. Should still be fun. The Mega Button tournament next week is gonna be post Mitsurugi. So if you want to play Mitsurugi and you are subscribed, you can play in that one. That's gonna be a big prize. Just saying. If you know how to play Mitsurugi, that's a really good time to maybe win $100. Just saying. Anyway, let's go into game 3. Let's hope that Akemi does not open Lovely for the 3rd game in a row. Maybe we'll see an Arias turn 0 play, that would be very good. Labyrinth is such a high roll deck these days. I feel like its engine is so bad, like if your opponent has their full engine going as well. But if you get to the floodgates, it's just so broken. It's so broken. Okay, we're going Chandra now. Does that potentially mean that we have a Kukluk? No, we would have used Kukluk first. It's Backjack that we have. That makes sense. It's another turn 0 play. We're setting the welcome, but the more important trap is whatever the Backjack can set. Okay. So Spoon is going to add the Zoroa. We're going to look at the top 3 right now. Unfortunately, we can't see them. But Akemi is going to show us the trap on the top right now. What is it? Also, thank you to Aether's review for following. Oh my god, we're gonna Ash! No! Okay, so you can Ash Backjack. Crazy. The way it works, excavate the top card, and then set it. Doesn't sound like it can be Ash, but the fact that it says send it to the graveyard if it's not a trap makes it Ashable. Which is really unfortunate. So now we don't have a turn 0 disruption. I'm pretty sure that we don't have anything. Unless we have more hand traps. We can even pop the Welcome Labyrinth, which is just disgusting in this situation. Because this is a completely free pop. Like, it's the exact same combo, we just get a free pop right now. Which is really sad. If I know anything about statistics, Akemi's opening lovely. It seems like you always draw it, doesn't it? Also means we're drawing a trap for turn, which is probably not ideal. I mean, what else would you draw? It's Labyrinth. We're gonna draw a trap almost every turn. But yes, we do know the draw, so Akemi probably knows everything about this game right now. Akemi probably knows whether it's winnable or not, because the draw is not even random. We know what it is. In fact, the next 3 draws are known. So, can the board beat Detonator? That is the question. Why would they equip the XCs and not the Artemis to free search? Well, because there was a back row. There was a Welcome Labyrinth set on turn 0, which means they wanted to pop it for free. I think that was worth more than the search, just because we were comboing no matter what. Ryziel is getting to play combo no matter what. And I think popping the Welcome Labyrinth sounds worth it to me. It was the pop one? Yeah. There's another Xyz that does the negate a monster. Pretty good at breaking boards. But this one's also pretty good. So yeah, we popped the back row for free, which is just so rough for Labyrinth right now. Knowing that you're against Labyrinth, what could you do differently against Labyrinth if you're Ryziel? You're obviously not going to go for like a Baguska, because that seems wasted versus Labyrinth. You're going to end on Detonator, but what could you do with your other resource? Maybe Star Leech to prevent targeting, if you think that that's good. Maybe you could go for Tornado Dragon. Yeah, if you play Tornado Dragon, that would be a very good option. Most lists don't play Tornado Dragon. Baguska's banned anyway. That is true. That is true. Baguska is banned. Baguska is banned. So we just went, okay. We just set Plasma Hole and pass, so don't make any Xyz. Just Detonator. Sure. And we did not draw a lovely. We did not draw a lovely, so 4 power traps. This could be playable. We're gonna go D barrier. Okay, D barrier as the very first one is pretty good. This is an awkward interaction because Detonator can chain twice. So if they chain something to this, then you're gonna get to use both pops of Detonator. Yeah, and I like that. Not chaining the punishment, even though it was chainable. Not chaining it so that you don't get the second pop with Detonator, I think is reasonable. Now you get to keep 2 sets. Also, hello, Office Goblin Alice. Nice name. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so even under D barrier though, we obviously have established damage. So we could just summon a Ryziel or a Crowley, sure, and threaten lethal. And what does Akemi do about it? Daruma Cannon? Okay. This is not the right time to use Daruma Cannon. It's a subtle thing if you have Daruma Cannon, but you should take some damage just to make it so that some monsters cannot flip back up, right? Like the detonator can flip back up, and so can the duo drive. But if you had waited for the detonator to attack, then it would not have been able to flip back up. So while it seems like you're saving life points instead of losing them for free, it's actually better to flip it after taking some attacks. Or even on attack deck. Yeah. I mean, I would assume that you would attack first with the smaller ones, and then you would go for the detonator, and then you could flip Daruma. That would be the better situation. If they attacked with the detonator first, I would probably also just let it go to see if I can get the duo drive flipped as well, potentially. What if they attack with only the effect monster they summon this turn? Then you can flip it on attack declaration at any time. But start of the battle phase is the worst time to flip it. It's funny we summoned a fusion monster, by the way, under D-Barrier. It's like if you're gonna lock me out of Xyz, I'll just summon a fusion monster. What do you think about that? And then we go Trap Trick. If only they had Balance of Judgment in the deck right now. If only they had Balance of Judgment to draw a million cards. See, if it was Paleo, if they were playing Paleo, they would have Balance of Judgment right now. And they would be winning. Yeah, you don't have any other choice. You have to sort of go lady here. Because the detonator is face up, we can cross negate something here if we wanted to. Lady is really bad. But what else would you do? If you get an Ariana, it's just gonna lose to cross next turn. I feel like you go lady here. This might bait the cross right now. I think it's a reasonable time to use it. Because, yeah, okay, they didn't use it. I might have used cross on that lady right there, if I was Ryziel. I'm gonna use Big Welcome, targeting the detonator. We chain. Probably would pop the back row. I mean, yeah, you can't pop the lady, so. Okay, we're chain blocking the trap with our own trap, which doesn't do anything. You can still chain lady. It always feels bad when you're only your only chain block to a trap is your own trap. As a branded player, I've been in this situation many times. It does feel bad. And we get to set D-Barrier, which, sure, D-Barrier is very good against Ryziel, but they have so many monsters on the board. We have to do something about them. So there's the detonator gone, though. That is one. And we have two big monsters that can attack over. Aggregator nicely chain and like fitting nicely into the chain here. Getting to negate the lovely. That's also gonna stop the reset effect, which would have been pretty good actually. If we got to go reset like Karma Cannon at that point, that would have been really good. Okay, now we normal summon Ariana. I feel like a lot of this is only possible because they let the lady get summoned last time. If you used Cross, this could have been very different, right? We wouldn't have had the D-Barrier set, we wouldn't have had the giant body on the board now. Only thing to watch out for here is Chorozo has an effect. Chorozo has an effect. And it looks like Akemi is playing around it, right? Attacking with the one that can't be targeted. If you attacked with any of the other ones, there is actually a Chorozo on-field effect here to negate the attack. And then it even returns that monster to the hand. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool effect. This is definitely the kind of effect that you would be extremely upset about if you walked into it in a winning position and then lost to it. So, remember this exists. Hello, April. Hello, Yasin. Hello. Welcome to the tournament stream. So yeah, I'm surprised Akemi played around this. Perhaps by accident, or maybe because they're intelligent. And now we're using Plasma Hollow. Of course, we have this resource. We're thinking about what to Xyz summon here. We're not under D barrier, of course, so we can Xyz summon. It can't be Detonator, because this is not a Rhyzial. Duo Drive isn't really very good, because the attack points isn't enough, right? If you go Baguska goes hard here, unfortunately there is no Baguska plushie. Clearly Konami knows what they're doing. In this situation, Baguska would have been crazy. Duo is 3 materials. Duo is 3 materials, right? But Duo with 3 materials, what does that offset to? Right, it does. It's going to be 28, and it's going to lower these down to 27. So it does actually survive. But if you attack, you would redirect into this set monster, and then it would go down, and then you could crash with the lovely, right? No, still wouldn't work. Okay, so we made the Light Dragon Adagnister instead, which is probably the wrong choice, but it could be that we're playing one Duo Drive. The Duo Drive in the graveyard could be our only Duo Drive. It is not uncommon for Magistus Rhyzial to be on one Duo Drive, so that might be the reason for it. How many minutes does it take for start.gg to DQ you? If your match starts, you have a 5-minute check-in period. So make sure you click that. And now we've kind of learnt our lesson from the last game, I see. We're going D-Berry in the draw phase. Not wasting any time. We set punishment. This is, I think, game winning. Because you don't have any established board presence. They wanted to XC Detonator, but forgot it takes 2 Rhyzials? I don't think so. I don't think so. Potentially, though. Potentially. Yeah, there's a lot of resources in the hand, but can't do anything under D barrier. This is always how it goes versus Lat. Yeah, and that's enough. That's enough. You always feel like you can manage their engine, but then the random floodgate comes down and you're like, that's too much. That's too much. So yeah, Akemi winning, that's a really nice match actually. Losing game 1, having an unfortunate game 2, but still winning, and then winning game 3 as well. So pretty good. Pretty good. We can move on to round 2 now, because there are plenty of games happening in round 2. Can I get score on Kaguya versus Laurel? They forgot to check in. Are they playing? I do not see them. I do not see them. There is one game here, Kaguya 1-0 up. There is only one game here. Um, did you both forget to check in? Did you both forget to check in? Let me choose a game, a match, a round two match. Yeah, you can revert that DQ if you want. That's fine. Let's watch. Let's watch this one. Let's watch Margaret versus Amidimaru. This is probably not game one though, so let me find game two. Game, you know what I mean. Game one. There we go. I need to come up with a really cool, like, spoiler hiding image. You know, like Plushy, you got the poplar. I need my own to hide the spoilers. Okay, so what happened? I queued up the wrong deck and he took a game for it? Um, okay, so you're in game one right now. This is game one right now. Let's say that is not. Let's say that's not a game. You can be in game one right now. I know that sounds a little weird, but I haven't fleshed out all of the rules, technically. I haven't wrote out all of these niche rules, because this is like my first time. I need to still figure out what could happen. And I don't really want to punish people for rules that I haven't actually specified. So, let's be nice this time. Anyway, Margaret going first with Caster Unicorn into normal summon Estella, getting forward. And we're ashing Fua. Nice. Very solid. That's really nasty. When you go Fua with a unicorn on the board and it just gets ashed anyway, you just lose a card for free. We took away Exiton there. So, Amidimaru probably on Ryziel. Potentially Fiendsmith Ryziel because they're playing the Fiendsmith sleeves, and I don't think you would take away Exiton from a regular Ryziel list. Probably would try to take away like the detonators maybe, or the Duo Drive. But we're doing a Fiendsmith combo now. This looks like a standard White Forest list. He and I have a problem. He found the start DG where he could check in, but we are in a duel. Is he disqualified? I'll let a mod handle it, but I'm being lenient today because I haven't like fleshed out all the rules. Like I said, I think I will not DQ today, but in the future I will make the rules a little more rigid. I will make the rules a little more rigid. So it can be okay this time. We're making Rex Tremende, by the way. A Rex Tremende enjoy. What is this end board, by the way? We did Fiendsmith White Forest combo and Cashter Unicorn for Rex Tremende pass? Excuse me? What is this end board? Okay, we're gonna Ash X Ryziel. What is this, by the way? How did we manage to do this? We went through Sprint, we went through Fiendsmith. We had Birth, but we didn't end on the Unicorn. And now we're just going full Ryziel. So this Rex Tremende is unaffected by card effects. It's unaffected by card effects while it's equipped with a Fiendsmith, which it is. This card also makes it untargetable, but, you know, it's unaffected. So, where's the Paradise for the field wipe? That would be nice, yeah? That would be nice. I'm pretty sure the idea behind this Rex Tremende is that it's unoutable. Margaret is probably hoping that this is unoutable. But the problem is it's not really a true towers, because it relies on this equip to be unaffected, and the equip card itself is not unaffected. So it's not really like it's not like a Pearly Noir, right? It's not actually a true towers, because you just need to interact with this. But I'm also seeing an enormous duo drive on the board, which can just beat over it anyway. Dugares having this battle phase buff double attack effect, surprisingly useful in Ryziel, comes up all the time. So they're going to be able to out the Rex Tremende quite easily here. We are now live. Oh, this is round 2, by the way. I forgot to change the round 2. Still, I feel like, look at the lengths that Ryziel had to go to get over the Rex Tremende. They had to commit Dugares effect to buff attack, which is, you know, pretty minus. When it's not even lethal, it's pretty minus thing to do. If we had an actual board next to this Rex Tremende, this would have been crazy. This would have been really oppressive. You know, imagine if we just had one single negate that we could have used on the Dugares. This would have been unoutable anyway. That would have been quite interesting. This can pop monsters, but it doesn't pop back row. We're gonna go battle phase now. Oh, we have this. Okay, if we have Ray Lancer, we could have doubled the attack of the Ray Lancer instead of the duo drive, right? And then it would have been lethal. So we could have attacked twice with 5k and then detonator. It would have been lethal. But now they're gonna give Margaret a ton. Maybe it wasn't possible to do what I'm thinking. Maybe they don't play NATO Dragon, NATO Drag Queen. I don't think many players play Tornado Dragon. Most players are not on Tornado Dragon. Okay, so we do have some Fiendsmith follow-up. But I don't think it's enough versus a 4-material Detonator and a Cross. It's a lot to beat. There's a lot to beat. I would not negate this with Cross. I would let this one go. With Requiem and Sequence in the graveyard, there's nothing to do with this Engraver except like use its on-field effect. So I would just pop it in response to like Sequence or Requiem. But then again, it is White Forest. You might want to play around a normal summon Tuna into like a Baron. That could be a thing. Although even then Baron isn't very scary. We are choosing to negate it. Okay. We detach the Plasma Hole. This being in the graveyard is kind of threatening like a Typhon, potentially. We don't know if they play it, and it might not be very good anyway, but it is an option. Could come up. We didn't see Sylvie last turn, so it might have been in the hand. Surely you play more than one Sylvie in a White Forest deck. But Margaret surrenders, and I'm pretty sure the way we've ruled it is that that is game 1. That is game 1. The first game did not count. So they should be going into a game 2. Hopefully they know that. Hopefully they know that. Yes. Start.gg having some issues and like some players not being able to use it for whatever reason. is unfortunate. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about that. Um, but I think if it's possible to manage it manually, if there's like not too many issues that you're gonna overwhelm the mods, if it's possible to manage, then I would prefer to manage it rather than just going with unfortunate automatic responses. Just to make sure that everyone's experience is not, you know, really bad. I was giga stressed for that and fucked up combo. Yeah, you kind of went into my body is a machine mode in that combo. Do you know that you have a game two? Does your opponent know that you have a game two to play? Your shame has no consequences. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Abby? Let's see, what of the pairings do we have? We have Mikan and Kraken, Laurel, Kaguya, Mobile versus Hugo, Alice. Okay. We could watch, got some good options for the next round. This game doesn't appear to be starting yet. Let me see if everything's okay. Okay, I see. Um, I'm just reading the chat right now. I got EP debuffed and forgot I didn't have Baguska in my extra deck, and then couldn't do basic maths. That is unfortunate. Because it's 6 a.m. for you. Oh, I see. I see. I'm gonna use the fact that you start the 20 right when I finish working as my excuse to not participate. I think it would do you good to participate, Abby. I think you could do with it. You could do with the experience. Anyway, should be going into game two now. They should start the game any time. Yeah. Apparently it's unprofessional of me to allow Margaret to not lose the game. Um, I think it's fair. I'm gonna decide what's professional or not. You can't tell me what to do. So, moving into game two now, please. Skiddo would DQ? Yes. Skiddo would take no shit. I know. I know. Mistakes happen, not because streamer A gives a game loss for it, means streamer B has to do the same. Um, no, it is reasonable to expect it to be a loss because almost all tournaments, official or unofficial, take disconnecting as a loss or queuing up and, saying wrong deck and then leaving. That's also a loss in almost everywhere. So like I get it to expect it to work that way. Um, I didn't want to rule it that way because I didn't specify. So I don't want to be unfair. Technically, I didn't say the rules, so there are plenty of players here that are playing for like the first time in any tournament. So they don't have an assumption on how it should work. It would be unfair for me to make a rule that isn't written down in the rules, you know? So it's April's mistake? Yeah, it is. It has started? No way. What do you mean, Darth? What do you mean it has started? It started when it was always going to start. It's the same as spilling water at locals. What is the ruling on spilling water at locals? Is it a game loss if you spill water on the cards? What's the rule? Okay, there is a Sylvie in the list. There is a Sylvie. So... Okay, we're getting ashed on the tails. Is this going to result in a pass turn, or do we have an extender? We do not have the extender. It is sad. I mean, it would kind of be bullshit either way, right? Like this is a kind of a toxic deck. Either it's full combo or pass. But 2 sets, and we have Ryzel starter. You get DQ'd if you make your opponent wet. If you spill water at locals and don't ask where the mop is, you get kicked out. This is why I don't go to locals. What kind of weird rulings do you guys have? I mean, I've been to locals a lot, so like I'm not actually stupid on how it works, like in the past. But like after playing so much Master Duel now, I can't imagine having to deal with all of these random real life additions to the game. You know, like what if my opponent kicks me under the table? What if I drop a card and play a match with it without it, you know? Like I don't want to deal with that. Also, we're cold buying Maxi. So that means we can play quite freely. I think you would get a DQ. Yeah, you would. I'm too much of a klutz to play at locals. Ashing X though. I'm very surprised that we did not Ash Tachyon. Usually you Ash Tachyon. This is like the premier Ash against Ryzel. The reason you normally Ash it, even though it's a -1, it's normally just because like X could very easily have chain blocked itself, right? It could have sent Aggregator, target the Sylvie, then you wouldn't have been able to Ash. And if you Ash something like Ice or Sword, it would have been too late. There's 2 bodies. So like you pretty much have to Ash Tachyon whenever they use it. But they got rewarded for it. And then we go Desires. Yeah, we know what this card says, right? Chat, you know what this card says, right? You know what the text of Desires, right? Banish 10 cards from the top of your deck face down. Lose the game. So we have to normal summon a Charmy. We have probably a lot of resources missing now. And we go Woes, which is one of the better sets to have, because that keeps our engine going. We're going to drop Max C, but we Cold Bide Max C here. We have Cold Bide Max C. So this Max C is not going to draw any cards. but Ami hasn't been chain blocking X this match, so expecting them to do it this game is unrealistic. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You don't learn the play patterns of your opponent like that from one game. Different situation. If they didn't do it once, that doesn't mean they won't do it next game. So we get to go for the Book of Moon here, which is pretty good, because normal summon Perulia is like the biggest sign that this is not an extender in the hand, right? It's obviously not a sword, because I don't think you would normal summon Perulia before specialing sword. So this probably passes the turn. I'd like to see what's in that banish pile. Unfortunately, we cannot. Unfortunately, we cannot. It would be nice if, in like a non-live spectating mode, if you're watching like a replay, if it showed you, that would be really interesting. And yeah, we passed turn. One top 16 to start yet? I want to hold on for more games to finish. I'm not sure. I would say top 16 can start now, yes. As long as the finals isn't gonna happen like top 4 isn't gonna happen like way sooner. But I don't know how you could know that, so use your best judgment. Okay, we've been drolled. We've been drolled on tracked. And that's game over because I mean, we have double lethal, like double piercing, sorry, so it's probably just lethal somehow. And even if it wasn't, Rizal top deck under, you know, Desire's Banish, not the best. Not the best. In the replays it shows. Oh, really? Does it? I didn't know that. Yeah, so top 16, if you're in there already, you can play. I know DK likes to wait a bit, but that's because he expects you to make your deck list, right? And send it. And I'm not expecting that. I will post this match, or sorry, this tournament on Master Duel Meta if I can. And the winning deck lists, I'll just have to make them myself. I'm not gonna make you guys do it. But let's go into game 3. Remember game 1 didn't count, so let's go into game 3, and it's gonna be Rizal going first this time. Do I make myself a burger for dinner or eat leftovers? Why don't you eat the leftovers on the burger? That sounds interesting. Okay, normal summon ice. Chain ash. Is this ash effective, or is it a -1? The ever elusive game 4? I know. It won't be like this in the future. I will make sure that there's a rule clearly specifying game loss if you leave, you know, for whatever reason. But not this time. Not today. Because I didn't say it. I didn't specify it. Ooh. Okay, so we talents look at the hand. And here's the hand. We have an Imperm, a Book of Eclipse. This is not a starter without drawing into another White Forest card. And Unicorn. The fact that Rizal over here has looked at the hand means there's probably an extender. Probably just an extender. So, what do you take? Because this is a hand trap to stop potential extension. This is an out to detonator. But there isn't any engine, especially if you take away, like, the Kashtira Unicorn. Do you just put back Eclipse? I happen to think... I think Eclipse is the worst option to put back here. Because... assuming that you can continue playing, you could definitely play in a way that gets around Eclipse, I think. I think you can do that. Maybe not. Maybe it's not possible to do that, now that I think about it. But, like, the thing that's going through my head is that there's no engine. So, I would be looking at taking away either Imperm if it beats me, or if, maybe the Unicorn. Let's see what they choose. They do take away the Unicorn. And then they pass. Okay, so that makes me think that it is a second ice in the hand. Because you could theoretically justify looking at the hand if you had a second ice. It's a really shit extender, but it is an extender, gets you to duo drive. They would have had to take away the imperm though. And then maybe they thought the Book of Eclipse was too scary. So they're choosing to bank on no engine. You know, if you have one or two hand traps here, even if Margaret draws a play, you can feel quite safe taking away the unicorn. So I kind of like that decision. Second ice, you return imperm and such plugin. Well, I like my play better if there's a hand trap. If there's like an Ash or imperm in this hand, I like my play better. Okay, we have Maxi now for the LZ and it resolves. Can we kill? So, small defense position monsters is pretty scary when you're playing against White Forest because they can do double piercing. So, player preference? I'm not sure if player preference is really a thing. Are you referring to my talents take thing, or are you talking about playing Nibiru? Because sometimes Ryziel plays Nibiru, yeah. Nib and Ryziel, yeah. I think it's pretty common. I don't think I've ever not played around Nib because I'm against Ryziel. Like, it's not significant to me, you know? I don't think about, like, Ryziel being a deck that might not be on it. I always just assume that they could be. Whereas there are other decks that you definitely assume this is not a Nibiru deck, you know, like Mermail, for example. There are definitely some decks like that. Okay, Hallowed as Amino, Chain Wanted. You can play Nib and Ryziel? Yeah, absolutely. You can absolutely play Nib and Ryziel. That's why I don't think that you would assume that they don't have it. I don't think there's a way to play around it though. I think you're just trying to summon lethal and hoping that it sticks. Just play the Donna Dagger. Yeah, you could do that, but I don't even think you need to play that card if you play Nibiru. You can just play Nibiru, and if it comes up with the X, so what? You know, like, that's how I played Ryziel. I don't play Donna, and I play Nibiru. If it clashes, then so what? I'll take the L. It's not going to happen very often. Okay, so Sylvia here says, any battle damage your Azamina monsters inflict is doubled. But this is not an Azamina, but this also does make it so that, sorry, this is not Sylvia. We need to get to Sylvia to have the double piercing. And that should apply to all illusions, right? Illusions and spellcasters. So this Azamina will be doing, like, how does this work? Is this, like, times by 4 if you have both doubling effects? Is that how it works? Also, thank you to Office Goblin Alice for following. Nice name, again. No clue. Yeah, right? Like, if we look at Sylvie, or Silvera, I should say. Illusion and spellcasters inflict double piercing. And this card says, Azamina inflict double damage. Does it multiply by 4? Just got destroyed in the tournament? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, Alba. Also, thank you to Umizua for following. Okay, so we're going like full combo here. We're getting back Impalm, which is, you know, kind of irrelevant. That Impalm is completely irrelevant. Where is the Sylvie? There's the Sylvie, but I meant the Silveria. The Silvera. We really need to find that Silvera. Otherwise, how are we lethaling? A lot of Magistus Ryziel DC didn't play Nib. Sure, I can I can understand not playing Nib, but I don't know if that's a Ryziel engine clash issue or if it's just because Nib is really crap against both of the good decks on its own. Maybe that's the reason not to play it, more so than like Xed, I think. Okay, so we'll go Archielago. This is threatening to make a Baron, so we would then have two negates for like Nibiru plus Vela plus whatever. I'm gonna Ash this. I would not in a million years negate this Ash. This is the most useless search ever. We've already used Wanted. We've already used Deception. This Ash is just a bait. In fact, we even get to just use this now. It's game on board. Yeah, using the Ash actually just lets you use this. Why Mermail not a Nib deck? It generally doesn't play Nibiru, because it's got very little room for non-engine. So it wants to play Charmies and Maxi, basically. That's usually the logic, right? Yeah, that Ash gave us the Silvera, which I don't see how we were making, but Darth is right, it would have been game anyway, because we had summoned enough monsters that we don't care about the double piercing. We can just attack, and then this directly is not 1900, it's you know, it's 38 because it's doubled. The Archielago also an Azamina monster, so it would have been lethal anyway, but now we have the double piercing. And Sekka's Light. Well, Sekka's Light doesn't lock you out of like Nibiru or anything. Sekka's Light locks you out of spells, right? Sylvia is 1900. Does Sylvia not count itself? Oh, right. Right, my bad. I didn't realize that this doesn't count itself. It only counts for other Azaminas. We're making a Baron, though. This is still really good, because obviously we got to Sylvie now. We got to Silvera now, so there's no world where it's not game. So Nibiru plus... We would basically need like double effect Vela in Nibiru for that to work. And we clearly don't have it. We're gonna Impalm, that's not gonna do anything. Have you played it before? Mermail? I have not played it before. Are you suggesting that maybe I don't know what I'm talking about? Because that's very realistic. I could potentially not know what I'm talking about. But as far as I know, Nibiru doesn't appear in Mermail deck lists. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is the drop all your charmies before you die. I've been in this situation multiple times. I mean, a lot of times during the DC, you would have seen me do this. Where I'm trying to find my Nibiru, and it's just not there, so I just drop every hand trap under the sun. They're using their effects to complete missions. Um, no, you can't complete missions in duel rooms. It's probably just, you know, for the sake of it, but in the Duelist Cup, there were a couple reasons why I did this sometimes. It was literally because it's a timeout strat, right? Against Ryziel specifically, one of the things you gotta mention or realize against Ryziel is that if they haven't used Cross Negate yet, it's gonna prompt them every time, whether they toggle off or not. So you can sometimes theoretically waste their time, and maybe they time out. Maybe they time out. But it's not gonna work this time. Margaret attacks for game. GG's. Opponent's name sounds familiar. Is this Duel Room? This is a tournament. We're hosting Super Cutie Monthly 1. My first tournament. Kind of. So yeah, GG's. Ami Dimaru streams? I did not know that. I know they are a regular in the tournament scene though. So yeah, that was a good match. Let's see. How is how is the top 16 bracket looking? Has anybody started playing in round 3 yet? Because round 3 is going to be top 16 because we had about 44 players. So this next round is going to be top 16. I started? Okay. Yeah, there are some games going. So let's go into top 16 now. Big apologies for my fuck up. It's fine. It's really on me. Um, what I should have is a very clear-cut set of rules that disqualify you for that, like give you a game loss for it. That should be how it works. So it's really on me. It shouldn't really be a fuck up, you know? But it is what it is. Let's see. Let's watch Rainbow versus Kageura. Should be in game 1 right now. Let me just double check. Yeah, yeah. So let's watch Rainbow and Kageura for my round 3. Okay, so Kageura is going first. And Rainbow having a Perulia in a 41 card deck here. We're playing Blue Eyes over there. Okay. Well, Blue Eyes is a pretty good deck to Perulia, because they sometimes want to normal summon twice. But only twice. They don't special summon from the hand. Unless you draw both Blue Eyes. Then you kind of have to do that. So we're going to set Drill Beam. We're going into Mausoleum. Do we have another normal summon? And will we even give the draw? Yes, we will. Okay. Makes sense. The Sage gets you into full Blue Eyes combo now. And you're not going to give any more draws to Perulia. So it's going to be a 7-card hand versus full Blue Eyes board. Drill Beam plus Trap card plus double Synchro. Oh my god, we have Maxi. And it resolves. Okay, so we're going to have way more than 7 cards. I wonder if I would enjoy Mermail? You would have to play and find out. Okay, so Kageura chooses to pass on no synchros. Just give minimal draws for Maxi, just have Drill Beam and the Majesty. Okay. And Rainbow is on a Fiendsmith deck of some kind. Potentially Ryziel, but maybe not. Ooh, we're gonna pop the Requiem now. Okay. So you could have played around the pop a bit better by toggling on and using Requiem immediately, because that would have played a little better. But this is completely fine, because that pop is kind of low impact, especially because they had the means to fuse in the hand anyway. So, oh, it's Tier, I see. Pilgrim Reaper, yeah, this is the Tier deck. So what do we mill here? Blue Eyes obviously milled nothing, but what did Tier mill? We got a Scream, Neprim, which can summon itself, and just a Scream. So we get a Search. Not the worst, not the best. Rainbow based? Yeah, this is a base deck. There's a lot of Blue Eyes, by the way. We've seen multiple Blue Eyes players. I'm also surprised, by the way, that we did not Drill Beam Pilgrim Reaper. I feel like this would have been a good target for the Drill Beam. Because all it would have taken is a good mill that milled like both engines for the Drill Beam to never be enough anymore. And we're kind of in that situation now. Like, okay, we have a Nibiru. That's interesting. And we have Orange Light for it. Oh my god, that's crazy. The Drill Beam can't stop this. Wow. Imagine thinking that you're safe because you have Nibiru, but then Orange Light comes down. Now we make Desiree. I'm surprised again we didn't drill beam the sequence, because again we're just forcing it now. Milling Raw means Wishes might not be live anymore in the next turn. That is also true. That is also true. I would never think you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay. I very often don't know what I'm talking about. But I try. Yeah, so now we have to do something about the drill beam. Otherwise it's just checked by Desiree. So we banish Agnum Day. But this is kind of just unnecessary, right? We lost the True Light for no reason because we let Desiree hit the board. Would we not just drill beam sequence? Wouldn't that be better? Technically, it's also gone forever, being banished. It doesn't matter though, because we got to play. We got to play regardless. We're gonna play TNL. They need another disruption, which I don't know what they could possibly have. Nibiru has been used. We know this set is not real. And there's a shuffler. A shuffler and heartbeat to get back a trap. No, we didn't mill any traps. They needed mag for the TNA? Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Post-banless Malice is way weaker than many thought. I felt it no on my own. I think the people saying Malice was like still one of the best decks. It's a little copium. Like, it's definitely not competing with Ryzeal anymore. It's still a playable deck, but I don't think it's like a top tier deck. It's like a tier 2 deck in my opinion. Maybe tier 1, but like it's hard to call it tier 1 because it's way worse than Ryzeal, especially post meet Tsurugi. But yeah, Rainbow taking game 1, Kageura down, but they will get to go first now, so let's watch game 2. Malice is still Cyberse, they will stay strong until generic Cyber slot goes away. Well, define strong, you know? They're obviously a strong deck, but if your definition of strong is I will bet my life that I will win any game with it, then I'm gonna say it's not strong. Anyway, so we get to go first with Piri Race Map again. We search for Sage, and we have Barrel, so again, full combo. Drill Beam control plus Blue Eyes control. As a non-tier player, can you tell me why people always foolish tier cash with Kit Class and not a Fusioner? Is it solely to hit and get lucky? It's not about getting lucky, it's because the mill is the point of the deck. If you mill the second name and just make Rule Colossus, that isn't the point of your deck. Rule Colossus Pass is a bad deck. You don't want your tier engine to do that. You want it to do more than that. You want to mill into your other engines, you want to mill into your trap searches, your screams, you want to mill your shufflers. That's the objective. You would rather get access to all of that and not Rule Colossus than Rule Colossus. You know, you just kind of want Rule Colossus as a bonus if you happen to get to it as well. That's sort of the idea. So you always go for the mills. What is Super Cutie Monthly? This is my new tournament series. It's not a sub-tournament series, Hats. This is the free entry one. The sub-tournament is Mega Button Monthly. That's next week. If you want a sub and playing that one next week, that's the sub-tournament. This is the free entry one. No hand traps, by the way, from Rainbow. Just full Blue Eyes combo. Okay, so Drill Beam, Double Spirit. There's a lot to beat. But Tier is a pretty gas deck, so they might be able to push through it. Especially like the Gem Knight version. So your free tournament is Friday and plushies is Saturday. This is a monthly, not a weekly. The first Friday of every month is the free tournament. Second Friday of every month is the sub tournament. And then there's also a Genesis one on the third Friday. So if you want to join the Discord and check all the schedule and stuff, feel free. You can sign up. Okay, we're special summoning a Blue Eyes early. That suggests that we don't have a live drill beam yet, and we want it to be live. I always find this a little strange. If your drill beam isn't live immediately, why would you ever not true light in the draw phase? Why would you ever wait any amount of time? I feel like you would always just do it in the draw phase. You know, what if your opponent frame 1 branded fusioned? You'd be really wishing that you had the drill beam. You know? Exton here could be huge. It would still be checked by drill beam. Exciton is once per chain. Would expect only hand trap for Rainbow to have is like Orange Light. No, they usually play Ash Maxi, Orange Light, and Lancia. Maybe not Lancia anymore, but probably still the other three. And also they sometimes play Super Poly, probably not in this version because the extra deck with Fiendsmith and Gem Knight is really tight. So we're probably not on Super Poly. Okay, we may do Garez, which, you know, looks pretty desperate, but it did bait the pot. It did bait the pot. And now we're going Heartbeat on the mystery set. So this is forcing the drill beam, basically. Okay, Chaining Spirit I like. I like Chaining Spirit here. What I would be tempted to do, obviously discarding a card or sending a card from the hand to the graveyard is a good effect in tier. So you would always drill beam this card. You wouldn't just let it get shuffled. You would drill beam it. But just in case your opponent has like a Cold by the Grave for your Spirit Dragon, I think you chain them, right? You use a Spirit Dragon first in case it's like a Maxi or something. I feel like you get the information, right? A Cold Bite doesn't beat Double Spirit, so like maybe I'm yapping. Because you don't have to use them in the same chain, so I guess there isn't much to play around here. But you would definitely drill beam this. You wouldn't let it get shuffled. Yeah, and we do. We just chose to chain a spirit first. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's no reason why that would be incorrect, I guess. And now we have Brilliant Fusion. We were just baiting. There is an Ash, though, which is really unfortunate. A Royal Brilliant Fusion, by the way. That looks crazy. Royal Brilliant Fusion? That's crazy. Well, that's gonna do it, though. That's gonna be enough to win the game. Pretty Gems, yeah. Royal Brilliant Fusion is not just brilliant, it is a-brilliant, if you know what I mean. Anyway, game 3. Rainbow should get to go first now. Both of these decks really want to go first. So this could just be like a coin flip matchup. I think Tier is the most prone to bricking, though. Let's see what happens. Fenrir is okay, but Fenrir is not a play by itself. You can search Tier Cache, but you still need like other plays for Tier Cache to be good. Even if you have a random name in the hand, that's still only ML3, it's not very good. Was that game 1? That was game 2. Kageyoshi has won game 1, so this is 1-1 now. Yeah, it looks like they have a hand trap. You would never in a million years hand trap Fenrir against Tia because it's not threatening. Even if they activate and mill, it's still only mill 3. It's probably not very good. And the hand doesn't look very good. Normal summon Perulia into Close Moon. That does not look like a strong hand. We'll see though. They did see the response from Kakiura, so maybe they're baiting. Like this is something that you can do with Charmies. There is an effect that Charmies have on your opponent because they're so shit going first. If you have a normal summon one, your opponent is immediately certain that you have no better play. That's just how it works. So if you ever want to do like a big brain bait, normal summoning a Charmy goes really hard. I promise you. If you normal summon a Charmy and go into Close Moon and your opponent has Ash, they are ashing that Requiem instantly. And then you can, activate whatever you want. Just saying, pro tip. Anyway, they did not use anything yet. Normal summon Charmy is so big brain actual. I mean, it's pretty bad for a reason, right? Like, you want to normal summon your engine cards, but... Like, Ryzeo, for example, if they have a normal summon a Charmy, I am never putting them on having an extender. Never in a million years am I playing around an extender after a normal summon Charmy. Okay, so we effect Veil the sequence. I like not using it on Fenrir. Fenrir is not very good. But now we get to mill 3. And what do we hit? There's another hand trap here. Is this Ash or another Veiler? Oh, it's Morna. Okay, Morna is interesting. So, since we normal summon the Charmy, this looks like SP Pass. Maybe Agnum Day instead. Because there's no world where you have an extender, right? It could be. It could be, though. Because plenty of extenders, like the Gem Knight cards, don't normal summon. Okay, we're not doing anything. We're leaving the tier name on the board, which suggests that this could be a tier trap. I think it's likely to be a tier trap because we know that they had very few plays, which means they had to have drew some bricks. So I'm expecting maybe a Meta Noise or a Soliak. This M board is worse than Fenrir Pass. I don't think it is worse than Fenrir Pass. Like Fenrir Pass and you make your opponent discard these 2 cards. Or keep these 2 cards if you have Fenrir, or force your opponent to use them, is like, I'd rather do this. If this is a tier trap, it's also better anyway, so. It's also just better. Isn't Unicorn the limited one? No, Unicorn is at 10. If you play Unicorn, you will draw it. They have a trap to send cash tier and then hit a nice mill. Well, tier cash is at 1. So they can't send that. But you wouldn't do that. You would... If you had Meta Noise, you would use it to send a name that fuses, and you'd make Kid Colossus. Kid Colossus can send the second name, and you can make Rule Colossus. And that would be a solid disruption. Soliak would be bad here. Soliak could be slightly worse than Meta Noise, yes. Because then you're gambling on the mill 3. Okay, and this is resolving. I think if we had Soliak, I would use it, right? On a normal summon Sage? Probably. Maybe not. Maybe you'd use it on the Link 1. Okay, they are thinking right now. I really like this leafy field, by the way. Is this still available? This autumn field? Can I still get this one? It's really nice. It's very chill. It feels relaxing. I think it is. Okay, I might get it. It is Soliak, and we did choose to wait for the spirit. Which is, I think, correct. I think going on Sage, yeah, you don't get access to the Maiden, potentially, but you lose extremely hard if the Maiden is hard drawn anyway, or the Wishes is hard drawn. I think going for the Spirit is the most reliable because they probably don't have... Yeah, see, they have the Wishes. We didn't mill anything, by the way. We milled a Rhino Heart, but no tier in the hand, unfortunately. I do notice we have Lacrima set up, so if we play Paradise, we have technically one more disruption. But it's still not that good. But yeah, using Soliak on the Spirit is better, I think, because you can comfortably expect it to do something. Because they're not going to draw the 1-out very often, and the effect to revive a Blue Eyes is irreplaceable. Maxie's really good here, though. That Maxi kind of came out of nowhere. It is really good, actually. Paradise is really good versus the True Light. That is true. That is true. For some reason, I always forget that you can target any card with Desert. It's not just a monster removal. It just triggers on a monster summon. But you can actually send anything, yeah. That is true. Your commentary is peak, by the way. Not too competitive or too casual, for me at least. I'm glad to hear it. That is one of the main selling points, I think, for my tournament series. I want the streams to be pretty good. I feel like it's something I can offer since I have experience with the game, and I'm a streamer anyway, so I feel like I can offer some pretty good commentary. At least I try. I try. We're just gonna pass here. That is a mystery set, right? What did we search? Oh no, we searched for Majesty. We have Majesty and Effect Failure in the hand. So we still have a decent setup. You're pretty good. Thank you, Mobile. And we're going to give one more draw to make Seals. Which I think is reasonable. I think it is reasonable. So there's 2 fresh cards for Rainbow. There's going to be a 3rd fresh card for turn. And we can go end phase or end of main phase, summon out the Requiem using Lacrima. And that's going to get us a whole bunch of Fiendsmith follow-up. We already have a whole bunch of Fiendsmith follow-up. But we could do that if we want. We didn't toggle on in the end of the main phase, though. We're just going to summon in the end phase, which is fine. We already have access to Engraver. We don't need to use the Requiem this turn. Just putting it on the board is fine. So we have a lot. There's 3 disruptions here, but they're not that good disruptions. They're kind of just, you know, this isn't Mirror Jade Banish and Albaz Fuse. This is like weak interruptions. It's Effect Veiler, a bounce. It's not very good. Yeah, and we're even going to bounce right away because we're afraid of frame 1 sequence. DK commentary is good for brand new players at best. I feel like I'm the only person that likes DK's commentary. As a competitive player. I feel like I'm the only person that thinks it's good. Did you know Requiem's effect isn't a hard once per turn? I did know that, yes. I did know that. So we're gonna go Tract. We have even more Fiendsmith follow-up. So we're playing pure Fiendsmith right now. If we don't have access to another engine though, this could still be quite dicey because we can pop. I also noticed, by the way, we didn't bounce sequence. We just bounced Requiem. We're gonna pop board now. If we don't have access to another engine, okay, we have the Rhino Heart. That's gonna get Veilered. You always veil a Rhino Heart these days. It used to be common when tier was in its previous iterations. You could wait for kit collars. That would be a smart thing to do. Definitely not anymore. Definitely not. You just always veil the Rhino Heart. Don't let that kit class get in rotation. Oh my god. And yeah, we just have the third engine. That same Royal Brilliant Fusion. I assume we don't have more than one. Why didn't we change Soliac to dodge? We could have changed Soliac to dodge. Yes. We can't target the Blue Eyes, but we can target the Maiden. Technically, it would trigger, but we wouldn't care about that. We could have dodged, yes. I think potentially we were just excited by the fact that they dropped their last disruption, and we knew that we had the Brilliant Fusion. So I think we just got excited that we were going to win, and we forgot to play even, you know, slightly more optimally. But surely we're going to win now. Surely we're going to push for game. We're only on 4K. Kageyoru is only on 4K. Rhino should be a tuner. Why would Rhino Heart be a tuner? And what benefit would that have? When did you maxi though? Back in the day, I used to maxi after the kit summon. I used to maxi in response to the second effect. Because you would, back in the day when it was search for Merly, then activate the second effect to summon Merly from the hand, that's when I would chain maxi. Because if you used it on the name, the first name, their kit class could search a trap instead. And they could just set up a board without giving you draws. But if you make them commit to the Merly, then you're potentially denying them the trap, right? So if they want to have a good end board, they're gonna have to give you more than one draw. That was how I used it. Okay, and we have Scream now. How do you lethal from here? You kind of got a million ways to do it. You can just pick whichever line you like. Make every twink a tuna. Interesting. Are twinks tunas? Philosophical question. Paid actor indeed? Who is the paid actor? I don't think it's wrong to drop Effect Veiler on Rhino Heart. Not even close. Hi? Hello, plushie. Why no scooping? Does he like wasting his time? Well, it is a tournament, and it is game 3. There's kind of no reason to scoop. There's no reason to scoop in game 3. It's not like there is anything after this for Kageyoru. Twinks are used to combine real close. Used to combine real close with somebody else to serve Mommy Baron. What are you talking about, Abby? Kage is a ladder player? Kageyoru is a ladder player, yes. But ladder players do scoop. You don't not scoop on the ladder. It's pretty common. The more of a grinder you are, the more you scoop, to be honest, because you're gonna play more games anyway. Scoop equals save viewer time? It doesn't really save the viewer time. What do you mean? We're gonna catch up. We're watching live. The next match we watch is gonna be also live. Doesn't matter what happens in this match, we're not gonna be able to hurry up the other match that we have not got to spectate yet. It's not gonna make a difference. Yeah, you might as well always play it out. Especially because in a tournament, if your opponent disconnects, that's your win. That's your win. you know? You might as well wait. You might as well see. Unless you're Bronus, who waits for his opponent to mess up. Um, I don't think Bronus does that. I think there's a difference between knowing that the game is definitely over and knowing that the game is likely over, but your opponent has something to prove. I think you can always wait to see if your opponent proves themselves. Some players don't do that, but some players do. But if the game is actually over, then like I don't think even Bronos would stay in the game. Time limit win is always an option. It is sometimes an option. Like anyone who watches my streams a lot knows that I always take advantage of the time when I can. If I think my opponent is playing slowly, you know I'm the first one to hound on it. You know, I'm like I see the blood and I'm like I smell the blood in the water, you know? I'm like, you took ages comboing, you have 80 seconds. I'm gonna time you out. So I know that, but sometimes it's not realistic, you know? It's the FTA classic, you know? Sometimes it's not realistic. If your opponent normal summons Dormouse and you've got no hand traps, and your hand is bad, and they're playing the combo really fast, I don't think you need to sit there and play it out. I think you can lead. Anyway, well played to Rainbow. Despite bricking, or kind of bricking, and not opening a very good hand, those two max C draws were insane. Those two max C draws were the Rhino Heart and the Brilliant Fusion, and then one draw for turn. You know, in those three draws, we drew all three extenders that we need. We drew the Fiendsmith engine, we had Tract, we drew Rhino Heart, we had Tier engine, and then we had the Brilliant Fusion. Crazy, crazy draws. Well played, Rainbow. Yeah. Let's see if we've got any top 8 matches going. Judeo said that Untapped was cheating because it shows the time. How do you feel about that? I kind of agree. I think that showing how long a turn has been is information that you don't normally have. Even though technically there's nothing stopping any random player on the ladder timing it, you know, like looking at their clock and timing it, there's nothing stopping that. Technically it's not information that's given to you, you know? So that's what I said. Right, but I'm saying the same thing, and I still agree with him. Because when I played my... I don't know if you saw my streams where I did my Duelist Cup run, or my practice Duelist Cup runs. I had my stream on a delay. I had a 5-minute delay on my stream, or a 6-minute delay, I can't remember what it was. But basically, that delay I found by accident to be useful. Because what I could do is look at my stream, which I have on my second monitor, and that just gave me a free sort of gauge as to how long their combo has taken. You know? If I didn't interact with them and they're still comboing on my real game, but they've started comboing on my stream, that means it's been 5 minutes. So I can guess what their timer is. You know? And I found that to be surprisingly useful. But yeah, anyway, let's we have a couple of top 8 matches started. We have... Okay, we've already seen both of these players. We have Mobile versus Rainbow, and we have Haga versus Pet Bet. But we've already watched both of these players, so I kind of want to wait for another top 8 pairing. Let's maybe watch another top 16. Let's watch Hizzy versus Hipster. I'm pretty sure this is game 1, unless they just haven't reported. Okay, no, it is not game 1. This is game 2. So let's watch game 1 real quick. Who is cheating? Do you see the future? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't think it's cheating to make something easier. Okay, we're also playing a cool deck over here. White Forest, Kashtira, Millennium. I like it. I do like it. You can watch me do a full B-Link combo by the time I'm done with my combo round 3 will be over. Also, we're playing Pearly over there, which is... You know, I love Pearly. I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't play more Pearly when it was a good deck. Because it's so cute. I love Pearly so much. But I was like very firmly in my discovering how cool Branded is phase. So... one of the 0.01% White Forest players. This is the second White Forest player we've seen in the tournament so far. So clearly it's not that uncommon. I think White Forest is underrated. It's kind of the better version of Snake Eye these days. It's kind of just better than Snake Eye. It used to be the other way around, but now it is, now it's better than Snake Eye. But yeah, to go back to that discussion about whether timing your opponent is cheating, it's kind of hard to say objectively because there isn't a right answer. Is it cheating to have additional resources? Like if you sit and play your combo with a spreadsheet on the second monitor, is that cheating on the ladder? Like, you can make an argument that it is. It's cheating to use a third-party tool. Okay, but what is a third-party tool? Is your own pen and paper notebook in front of you on the desk a third-party tool? How is that any different to a digital spreadsheet? You know? Where does it stop being a, you know, not a third-party tool? It's kind of, like in the TCG, there's very clear rules. You know, you can't bring a book with spreadsheet lines in it to the table. You can't do that. This is another Rex Tremende combo, by the way. Another Rex Tremende enjoyer. Mummy best synchron? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Like, I also... Sometimes I feel like if something is an unenforceable rule, it kind of shouldn't be a rule. Not always, but, you know, if something is unenforceable, I don't think you should have a strong stance on it. Because you're kind of just asking to be annoyed. It's like coaching in tournaments, you know? If you say it's strictly illegal to be in a Discord call with your friends and coaching you and watching you playing a tournament match, then you're going to be in for a bad time because you cannot prove whether someone's doing that and you cannot stop them from doing it. You know? So, like, you're just getting upset for the sake of it. So I feel like you should just not really see it as cheating. And it's the same for, like, Untapped and, like, spreadsheets and stuff. I kind of feel like you can't do anything about it on Master Duel. Big board? Yeah, this is a very different board than the one we saw earlier, which was Rex Tremende Pass. This board is quite a bit more than that. Should you scoop right now? Well, since we're in a tournament, I don't think you should scoop. There are no time rules. There's no round, end of round procedure, because there's no timer on the round. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with watching the full combo. If you reveal your deck, that could be arguably a disadvantage, you know, because you're revealing the deck. But it's not like there's a side deck even then. It's not like there's a side deck and you're going to go first next game. So it's not like it matters. But I think at this point... Oh my god, Nibiru. Last card, Nibiru. We are going to try and play. At this point, I think you're playing for timeout, right? You're playing for timeout. Yeah, this is a crazy, crazy board. Like, this is more than the usual White Forest board, because you normally don't even have, like, you know, Unicorn and Birth. So, like, you have everything, plus the Unicorn and the Birth. And the Rex Tremende is chilling here, which is... I guess this is accessible through, like, Lacrima somehow. Eventually. With, like, Agnum Day. Pearly's trying, but it's obviously not going to break this board. It is not going to break the board. Isn't it encouraged by Konami for players to help each other during the DC Cups? I don't think it's encouraged at all by Konami. I've never heard about that. I don't think they've suggested that you should have other players helping you. If anything, they would have suggested the opposite, right? Like, I don't know for sure, but I feel like they do have it as against the rules to play, you know, multiple players on one account. Or, you know, like, playing in shifts, where you go to bed and then your friend takes over. Like, that's definitely... I don't think they would like that. You know, if you admitted to doing that publicly, I don't think they would accept it. I think they'd ban you. But I don't know for sure. That's definitely not allowed. Right. It is unfortunately another one of those things that's unprovable. It is unprovable. I used to think that you could suspect it by looking at, you know, somebody's playing for 48 hours straight. But after playing myself a lot of DC Cups now, especially the streamed ones, like, I streamed my Synchro Cup run, and there was a 23-hour stream, right? I think it might have even been 25 hours. I streamed for 25 hours or something straight, playing Centurion the whole time. If you could look at that and say that that is suspicious, then that would be annoying, because clearly it's possible because I did it. So I'm actually not sure that you could tell anymore if somebody's cheating just by looking at playtime. I meant coaching each other, not account sharing. Yeah, it's actually functionally a similar thing. Okay, we have game 2 here. So we just watched White Forest absolutely destroy Pearly. Now going into game 2. Yeah, coaching obviously meaning sitting in a call with a friend and then they help you out. It's a little different, but I actually think that that is less offensive than the other one. Like, I actually think that it's, in terms of like qualifying and getting first place, I feel like it's more effective to do the first one, where you surrender, you know, you go to bed and then your friend comes in and then like plays for you. I feel like that one's more effective, because how good is coaching if your friend that's coaching you? Oh my god, Robina, by the way, Ensemble Robin. Is this really the Pearly End board, by the way? Is that really the Pearly End board? Yeah, okay, we got Vela and Ashed. Fair enough. But, yeah, fair enough. I don't think you bounce here, but if you don't bounce, we can be attacked over. Because this is not OSS, this is going to be setting... okay, we're setting Slumber, not Deception. Interesting. Vela should not have been activatable at all. Yeah, we should have used Street, right? Yeah, this is where you would use the bounce. And now we just do Talents, draw 2. Confident that we can play through the second bounce, and yeah, the Sengenjin and Golem, that'll do it. And we have a Royal Sangenjin, by the way. That's really cool. I like Sangenjin a lot. This is one of my favorite recent cards. And yeah, let's just scoop it up. That is unfortunate. White Forest kinda just walked over Pearly there. That's a little sad, but it is what it is. But yeah, just to finish my thought real quick. What I was gonna say is, if you're trying to cheat in the Duelist Cup by having a coach, if you are trying to qualify, imagine you're trying to get first place. You know, you're a Tasuku level player. Who the fuck is coaching you? You know, like if you're good enough to like do relatively well, but you need that help, like who the fuck is coaching you to beat Tasuku and Ryan? You know, these other top 10 players. Like, are they not playing themselves? Darth? Yeah, it could be Darth. But like, who the hell is coaching you that isn't gonna want to play themselves? I feel like most players are gonna want to play their own match, right? Their own DC run. Um, but anyway, let's see. How is top 8 doing? Okay, we do have a top 8 match already finished. Interesting. It's more so people on that team have given up. Yeah, it's obviously not impossible at all to have good players that you trust and help you coach or help coach you that aren't playing the Duelist Cup. It's also true that part of the skill in the Duelist Cup is maintaining your best as long as possible. It's not about your ceiling, it's about your average, right? Your average skill, because fatigue is a real thing, like more than anywhere else in the game. It's a real thing. So it could also be that a player that is like worse than you a lot of the time is still a good coach because you just want somebody to keep you in line, you know? So I get it, it is still a real problem, but you can't do anything about it. So is Kageyori not Kage? Well, I don't know. Do you mean Kage the streamer? They're not the same person, though. Okay. It looks like every single match in top 8 might actually be someone we've spectated before, so let's watch a top 8 match. Let's watch Rainbow and Mobile. Let me hide the spoilers real quick. Let me hide the spoilers. There we go. And we are now watching top 8. Top 8. I believe DB Grinder once said that he gave up last year to help Josh Kip qualify. And that's... Oh my god, look at this. Imagine going second with this. Double Herald? Like literally double Herald Maxi. You would drop Maxi, your opponent would Ash, you could go Herald, drop Nephirim. Then if you wanted to, you could Herald again, right? You could go Nephirim, effect, discard the second Nephirim, search for the other fairy, then discard that for Herald. So you could have like a bajillion interruptions. Also, this is another Gem Knight mirror match. This is also a crazy going second hand. Maxi for droplets into Brilliant Fusion. This is also crazy. Gem Knight mirror. We know Rainbow is on tier Gem Knight, not just Gem Knight. But Mobile looks to be on regular Gem Knight. Because they're playing, you know, Gem Armadillo and Droplet. This should be a blind second deck, right? Hello, Angela, by the way. Welcome to the stream. And thank you, Kyle the Bishop, for finally following. Anyway. This is not a difficult board to break. Even... What is happening right now? We're gonna maxi, but that's not gonna be enough. The Herald is likely gonna be live eventually. If we draw into another... I mean, what do we even draw into, actually? Because how many Nephrims do you play in tier? And how many other fairies do you play? Like, you play one of this, it's already in the graveyard. It's probably like the third Herald and the third Nephrim. You probably don't have Lancia in the deck. I would be surprised if Lancia's in the deck. And Shufflers. Oh, true, Shufflers, yeah. Shufflers are also fairy. So that could be a good draw, but... Mobile's getting pretty far into the combo. They're pretty deep in the combo now. At this point, the Shuffler is already too late, right? Like, the Shuffler is not an effective card with this on the board. You would need to find... You would have needed to find Nibiru and the fairy. And I'm not sure Nibiru is even in Rainbow's deck, so... Yeah, that's gonna do it. That was a very lackluster turn 1. It looked like a crazy going second hand. Both players had a crazy going second hand. But unfortunately, Mobile was the one actually going second. So, they kind of got an easy win there. But moving into game 2. So, interesting. This is the first time it's come up. We've seen Blind Second Gem Knight in our best of 3 match. You could choose to go second if you're Rainbow. You could choose to make... Yeah, Rainbow has selected going second. So, they're reading that it's Blind Second Gem Knight, which it obviously is. And they're going to make them go first. So let's see what they can do going first. Probably... Appaloosa plus maybe SP. Usually they make Baguska a lot going first, I think, but obviously that's banned. Hi, have a great Friday. Hello. Hello, Julio. Super Cutie Monthly 1. Yep, that's the name of the tournament. It's the name of the tournament we are hosting. He can also Protoss. I don't know if he's playing Protoss. I don't think most going second lists bother with that. Like, they don't play a going first plan, except in the extra deck. Like, I wouldn't. I would just play going second cards. Protoss isn't uncommon in best of 3. Potentially. There could be a changing in the deck list to accommodate best of 3. That is true. We have Appaloosa, of course, still legal. And it's just Apo Pass. Apo plus Omni Negate Hollow Core. And Maxi. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good board. Brilliant Fusion, we're going to negate that. Reasonable negate, I think. Because Brilliant Fusion checks Apo if you want, like, really hard. Engraver, I would negate that. Chain Havner, oh my god. Here we go. What does Maxi even do here? They could draw into... True, to be honest, they could... There's nothing to draw into in most of these blind second lists. They probably don't play Ash, and they probably don't play Nibiru. Okay, do we have a means of playing? We don't have a means to extend here. It forces Rainbow to kill on this turn. Yes, it does do that. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Okay, so we've committed to not killing this turn. But now what do we do? Because... Now what do we do? Because, like, you know that the deck over here is a blind second list. So if you give it any amount of cards, this is already way too many cards for any end board to feel comfortable, right? Like, you would need to FTK in main phase 2 to feel safe, passing on, you know, this many cards, you know? Deck out is the only way in tier? I guess tier is not the worst at deck out, but, like, I don't think it can happen. I don't think it can happen. This has got Gem Knight cards and Fiendsmith cards in the extra deck. You can deck? I don't think you can deck. Not a chance. Have a good day, April. Hello, Dream Witcher. 20 cards should be doable for Tia? No. Like, no. Like, look, we're passing. We're way, 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 way away from decking out. I don't think SP Pass is gonna do it against this many cards. Pilgrim Mills? Yes, that is true. Pilgrim Mills are a thing. But still, it's a lot of summons. Like, this is not one of those old tier decks that would be able to summon Snow 10 million times and then link it off 10 million times. Because the extra deck just isn't built like that in this build. Like, it has Gem Knight cards and Fiendsmith cards. It's not like that terrorist pile in the past, where you could definitely deck out using Snow. It's not like that anymore. Can you loop Agnum Day? What do you mean by loop Agnum Day? Can you loop Agnum Day? I know it's not once per turn, but how do you, like, resummon it? We need Chaos Ruler back? Chaos Ruler is back. It's called Zombie Vampire. Yeah, Thrust for talents. Look at the hand, just in case it's Exodia hiding in there. And then win the game. Yeah, a Santa Claus in the hand is crazy. Did they not Santa the Apollo? That is a good point. That is a good point. Using Santa Claus on Apollo was a thing. You could have done that, yes. Yeah, good point, actually. Because that would have let you try to OTK, which would have obviously been more of a chance than this. It's kind of disgusting what the Gem Knight OTK deck can do. I mean, they gave them 1 trillion cards. Dugares? Maybe they drew it with Dugares, yeah? Yeah, that must be it, of course. Okay, Snow can summon 1 million times, but you have to Book of Moon the piercing one, right? And they all effective. They're all effective. Like, even if you could summon the Snow 1 million times, wait, they didn't kill. Huh? Oh my god. I was about to say, there is no chance that Snow actually saves you. Like, there's no chance it saves you. But then it saved her. But it doesn't matter, because we don't have a play. That's really sad. Those are always the most annoying games. Like, do you guys ever have those games against Tenpai where they fuck up the battle phase so much that they don't kill you and you chump block, but then you draw a dead card for turn and you still lose to, like, the Tenpai minimal grind game? Just bodies on the board next turn. It's so annoying when that happens. It would be so annoying when that happened. But anyway, yeah, that was our top 8 match. Let's see, what else do we have? We still don't have the other side of the bracket in top 8 yet. No one believed in Rainbow? You had a good run. You had some good games. Good job, Rainbow. I'm usually gone when the Chandra shows up. Yeah. Most of the time, we're all gone when the Chandra shows up. I guess since we're waiting for some more top 8 matches, let's actually never mind. Top 4 is actually almost ready to go. Um I almost want to postpone the top 4 match a bit. I almost want to make them wait because they're way ahead of the other side of the bracket. So I'm wondering if maybe they could hold on a bit. Because if we watch this match now, we're gonna have to go back to like top 8 to watch more matches. I could walk my dog right now. Okay, I don't know if you have that much time. But yeah, we still have top 16 matches going off. And so I don't really want to start top 4. Not gonna lie, this tournament gave me more confidence in the format, but like I saw no Ryziel, so I don't know. Ryziel is the best deck. Let's let's call it what it is. Ryziel is the best deck. It is a fake format, true. Mitsurugi is not out, but you know, there's nothing I could do about that. I'll let them know if you want. Yeah, tell them to hold on a little bit. Let's watch what's going on with Margaret. I'm not sure what game this is, but we can just watch it for entertainment. This is still top 16. This is still in top 16. I think it's game 3 that we're watching. Margaret was on White Forest, and oh no, Anna is setting past. Oh no. What is Anna playing? This is like a huge deck. It's the 47 card deck. Is branded? Droll meta, next meta? Yes. Droll is one of the best answers to Mitsurugi Ryzel. I'm so sad for Cave. We had like almost the exact same list and he got sacked. That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry, Cave. But you know, it happens. Good job. There is like a million tournaments going off now. You can play in this every month. You can even play in 3 tournaments a month now if you want to. Anna is playing a funny deck. Really? Will we get to see what this is? Because this is game 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's this. Okay, Primite Paleo is insane. Primite Paleo is insane. Like, this is how bad Paleo is as an archetype. Every single Paleo makes Drill Beam live. And nobody knows that because Paleo is so bad that everybody just thinks about playing vanillas instead of Paleo. Because Paleo is dog shit. But like technically you can play Primite Paleo and it's just super synergistic. You can even play like Primite Howl and shit. Like the other one that does the summon negate. Maybe Mobile has time to walk the dog after all? Perhaps. Okay, Needlebug Nest. This is one of the best cards in Paleo. This is how you get your actual win conditions rolling, which is rollback. We made the Black Goat laughs evenly, but no rollback. And now we have the Karma Cannon, which is pretty good. Karma Cannon is also one of the best Paleo cards. Not really, you play it because it's a normal trap. I know because I actually play Paleo. You play this one because it's a normal trap. Okay. But do you play a vanilla? Do you play a vanilla to summon with this? Yes. Hmm. Okay, I mean, surely you also can just play Drill Beam in Paleo, right? Like, do you not play Drill Beam? Because, like, that is what I'm talking about, right? Like, like Paleo is technically a normal monster archetype, and nobody thought to play Paleo when Primite was released. Like, that was my point, right? Like, people play Blue Eyes, and people play, like, Fiendsmith with the vanilla. Nobody thought of Paleo because the Paleo deck is just so under the radar and so bad. But yeah, okay. Fair enough. Obviously playing the normal trap. I did think when I saw this that this is like kind of weird. Drill Beam is obviously good, but like this card is not very good. But it does make sense. It's a normal trap, and that is why it's played. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's just bad going second. Yeah. I mean, Paleo is bad going second. It is also really bad going first if your opponent isn't just, you know, like if your opponent is good, like it's not good going first either. Let's be honest. But you can do some really fun things with Paleo. It is a cool deck. Um, One thing that I don't think Paleo would like to see is a Sylvie, a Silvera with double piercing. Why play Primite Howl since you can play Scream and Drill Beam? I think it's just because it's a normal trap, like Mobile said. Problem with Primite Paleo is that you never get the Paleos out when you draw too many Primite cards. Yeah, that would be a problem. Like, for me, the biggest problem with Paleo is, of course, going second, but even going first, my biggest issue is the amount of cards in your hand that aren't live when you just go first and set your whole hand and pass. The amount of traps that just aren't live is kind of sus. And you're right, Drill Beam would just be another one of those because you need setup for it to be live. Maybe one barrel? Yeah, you would. You would play barrel and load. You would play every single part of the grindy engine, you know, the part that recycles itself. Because that's the whole point of Paleo, right? You're playing Paleo because you want to play a really funny grind game deck. So I feel like you could play you would play the barrel, right? You would play the barrel because it's infinitely recycling. 3 of? Probably, yeah. It's not like you need to normal summon anything else. I haven't built Paleo in a while. I've only built it in Genesis, so I'm not sure. But there's Barrel. Speaking of, add, you know, answering all my questions. Hi, Barrel. If you want to recycle, just play play Regenesis. Notice how I said branded? Because that's the actual answer. Just play branded if you want to recycle. Barrel is such a hand trap magnet. I know. Which is why it's so annoying in Blue Eyes, because it also then does the Blue Eyes plays. Me waiting for either Rainfall or Malshina to win so I can verse them in the quarterfinals. I know, I'm sorry. We have a top 4 match ready to go, and we're still watching some top 16 matches. This is part of the process when you just have a single elimination bracket that just progresses as soon as the players are ready. You sometimes get these games that are way behind or way ahead. Oh my god. Reasoning is actually one of the best cards in the deck. Level 1, we hit the Tantalizing Tune. Do we hit any rollbacks? We could hit rollback and burst here. Like literally hit rollback and hit 2 rollbacks and 1 burst, and you can survive for a while. Oh my god, there's the barrel. That's really sad, because barrel is like not doing anything. What does single LM bracket? I thought it meant best of 1, but it doesn't since you're showing. What does it mean? It means you're out of the tournament when you lose. So if you lose the match, you're out of the tournament. As opposed to Swiss, where you would still play, you would just not necessarily have the best score, you know? That's what single elimination means, Abby. Oh my god. We go Typhon. What do we have set up in the graveyard? Do we have a rollback? We do not have a rollback. We have a Black Goat. We have a Primite Howl, which, let's see what this does in the graveyard. Target a normal monster you control. Take control of a monster your opponent controls. With higher attack. So this is pretty good because the Paleos are normal monsters, and they have 1200 attack, which is not a lot. So you do get to take them. Congrats on the DC run. No, my DC run was embarrassing. We did not make top 100 in the end. We were doing so well and we fumbled it. But thank you anyway. I still technically made a personal best by like 500 points. So I'm calling it a success. The next one's gonna go hard. Is this the second Estella? It is not the second Estella, no. Wait. We're using the rollback. Neither player can activate effects on the field. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Blackout Claw Requiem. That makes sense. You don't get a chance to use this Howl because your Paleos are face down. And they're obviously not gonna survive an attack, right, with 0 defense. So you're not gonna get a chance to use this as a disruption. Let's see what Margaret can do, though. Okay, they can do a lot. They can surely do a lot now. What do you do in paper with Black Goat? Do you have to call the full name? I don't think you have to call the full name. I mean, you probably should. You probably know the full name anyway. Like, let's be honest, you probably know it. And I'm sure some people would be pretty funny about it. But I'm pretty sure technically, if you want to get really, really deep into the ruling, you are allowed to call a judge to ask trivial information like the name of a card. You are allowed to do that, right? I'm pretty sure that hasn't changed. Like, you can pause the game, call a judge, and say, can I see the text on this card? You're allowed to do that, right? I believe that you're still allowed to do that. You always call little d with it, only if it doesn't matter. Usually has to be clear for both players so that you understand. I wonder what the rulings are on sharking, though. Like, yeah, like Haas is saying, if you call the name of a card that is, you know, like one of those cards that has multiple of the same, you know, the same name, like the same retrains of it, you know, if you call like Blackluster Soldier, and you meant like BLS, like the Chaos one, and your opponent can just summon it and use it, and you're like, hey, I called Blackluster Soldier, and they're like, yeah, the ritual, get fucked nerd. Like, I wonder what happens in that situation. Like, who would the judge side with? Because I feel like different judges would side with different people. If I was a judge, I would never side with the person who's sharking me there. Like, I would always side with the person who just said the colloquial name of the card obviously meaning the one that was in play, I would always side with that person. But maybe that's not what a judge would do. Do you think all the Mitsurugi cards will be UR? Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Habakiri will be a UR because it's a 3 of. Murakuma will be a UR because it's the boss monster. Perez will be a UR because it's like a 3 of. And they're probably going to give you one more ultra rare just for good measure. Okay, is Paleo playing? How is the grind game looking for Margaret? I see, by the way, I can't believe I didn't mention this earlier, but I see why this match is in top 16 as opposed to top 4 where the other players are ready to go. It's Paleo. It's because of Paleo. Maybe no round timer is not the best decision. Anna, what have you done to us? But Paleo games are always so interesting, right? The fast Paleo games are the ones where Paleo insta wins. What's up, Haas? What's up? This match is 70 minutes in. This match is fine. We can keep it going. I said in the rules that a mod may intervene, but that doesn't mean they will. I'm happy for this one to play it out. Like, it's a Paleo match, and they're clearly playing. I sort of only said that for a situation where you get, like, 2 really slow players who are not doing it maliciously necessarily, but, like, playing really slow. This match is just long, because it's Paleo. It's also over now. So. GG Paleo, you put up a good fight. You put up a good fight. I just had a 50-minute Paleo session. I know. We watched it. We watched it. We watched the Paleo session. You have 5 minutes to check in, remember? So, as long as you can make it work, you can take, like, minutes of break. Anyway, let's have a look at the bracket. Wow, we still do not have all of the top 16 matches finished. We're still waiting on this one as well. Rainfall versus Malshina. This one is also like a long game 3 grind game. That's on me. I made Rainfall late, lol. That's these trap deck players, man. Okay, let's speed through this a little bit. We have Blue Eyes going first. This is the third Blue Eyes we've seen. So there's clearly a lot of players playing Blue Eyes. By the way, April, these 20s are super fun. Thank you. And this is only the first one. Trust me, they're gonna get better. Just wait until you see the Genesis ones. I am so hyped to watch Genesis because I really want to see what people cook for Genesis. If I wasn't so, like, obliged with competitive content creation, I would be cooking Genesis and, like, spamming Genesis. Like, it's so cool. I'm really hyped for it. I'm sorry for holding Margaret hostage. It's okay, you played Paleo. If you didn't hold somebody hostage, I would be disappointed. I hope I can top with my Genesis Runic. See, that's making me nervous, Rainbow. That Genesis Runic is making me nervous. Because every single Runic you activate has the potential to be an illegal play. And that's making me nervous. How can we get Fountain without summoning Hugin? You go Branded Fusion into Lubellion and hard summon Hugin. Just fusion summon Hugin. Somehow. Or you use... oh my god. Hi. Evenly matched. Hi. Do we have a drill beam? Do we have a drill beam? That's pretty nasty. You'll do seals here if you have to let this resolve. Probably bounce your... I guess it depends what the sets are. You could bounce your True Light, or you could bounce the Mausoleum. If you have a Drill Beam set, you could keep the Drill Beam, and then summon Blue Eyes with Seal, so that it's live. Although, both Blue Eyes are in the graveyard, so you can't do that, right? Yeah, this only summons from hand or deck. Hugin activates even though you're not summoned in the extra monster zone? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it just triggers on summon, but the actual answer, chat is giving all kinds of crazy answers, and my answer wasn't serious either. The actual answer is you use, like Shadow's Light, right, to summon it, or Duality, or like, what's that card, the Metamorphosis Retrain? Those cards all summon it, which is actually realistic. So, you can play Runic, technically. You can also just play 3 Fountain and draw it. Like, that's also not a bad plan either. I'm so excited for Genesis. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this Art of Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, if you're interested in Genesis, make sure to sign up for the Genesis monthly. And if they catch on, they're definitely gonna happen every month. That's the plan. I'm really excited about Genesis, so... Okay, I'm gonna take off the fast forward because it's looking a little weird. Clockwork Knight. Okay, what are we playing here? Is this stun? Evenly matched into... yeah, okay, we're playing stun. Malshina brought stun to my tournament. Thank you. It looks like it's working. They're in top 16, and this game looks to be in their favor. Inspector Border is so crazy. Okay, Majesty's good though. Majesty is very good. This is obviously game 3, so Rainfall knew that they were against stun. So given that, keeping the trap is probably the best play. Now you can pop the border, I think. And then probably not the Clockwork Knight. This card is so good and so annoying. I kind of wish it was banned, but you probably still pop a different card. Yeah. You go for Iron Thunder. So now we're in an okay spot, I believe. Despite getting even lead, we are in an okay spot. We just don't have Blue Eyes grind game because True Light is gone and the Blue Eyes are in the graveyard. We can get 1 Blue Eyes back by going into the second Link 1. Why extra deck no glow? Alright, we can't go into the second Link 1. My body is a machine that turns losses into wins. Or wins into losses. See what I mean? This card is so broken. It's so broken. You wouldn't think by reading it that it's so broken, but somehow it is. Okay, every single time this card is used, it's the end of the game. I swear. Did we just start hosting tours? Yes. This is the first one. You've been in my Discord all day. What do you mean? How do you not know this? I was surprised they didn't hit it after the March DC. I thought that they would have hit this card like a year ago. Like, this has been a centerpiece of stun for like over a year now. Maybe since release, this card has been a stun staple. Like, I've been calling for this card to be banned for ages. It's funny how powerful 1000 attack difference is. Yes, it is pretty powerful in its own right, but obviously, especially when your monsters are like stun monsters and their biggest weakness is being attacked over, then it's obviously just nuts. It's obviously just crazy. You can just run them over with White Rabbit or something? Yeah, exactly. Right? Clockwork is crazy. Like, you read it and it says an attack boost, and all monsters change type. It seems harmless. But actually, what this card says is your monsters can't die by battle. You also can't chump block them because they will kill everything. So you're on a faster clock. And you also get floodgated out of certain archetypal extra deck cards. Randomly. Like, it's a floodgate and a protection. Which is like the two kind of cards that you put in a stun deck. You know, you put the floodgates and then the protection for the floodgates. This is just both in one. So it's kind of crazy. Okay. Wait, where did True Light come from? Oh, we must have bounced it to the hand with the seals. Right, my bad, my bad. So we do have access to True Light. And now we get to summon Lightstorm Dragon, which we're gonna Solemn Strike. Reasonable. But yeah, I feel like this is actually just solid. Because against stun, you know, 500 attack swing or 1000 attack point swing is good, but Blue Eyes is still huge. You know, summon Blue Eyes every turn actually is the way to beat stun. It's actually just funny, you know? It's like the stun deck is so good against these modern broken powerhouses, but the oldest card in the game, the Blue Eyes himself, beats it. Because, like, this is the one card that will still get over every barrier statue, will still get over Fossil Dino, and it's obviously can't be targeted with Crackdown or whatever. Punishment if they're playing it. This is the deck that people were maining skill drain in. I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet. Why does Blue Eyes not play skill drain? I feel like as soon as it stopped being the best deck, or like one of the best decks, surely it would have immediately threw in skill drain. But for some reason they don't play it. They should have. Like, as soon as Malice and Ryziel was like the format, surely Blue Eyes would have played skill drain every time. But I guess skill drain is kind of not good versus Ryziel, because it kind of just gets outed. It's also met into Malice, yeah, because you can also um get around it quite a bit. Like, you can just link summon. Skill drain more times than not is a win more card. That's actually a good answer though, to be fair. Because when you go first with Blue Eyes, it's really solid. Because you play through hand traps pretty well, and your end board is very solid. Like, it's usually enough to win. Like, if you set up Primite Drill Beam and Blue Eyes Engine, it's usually enough. It's not the best, but it's not like weak at all. So maybe you're right. Maybe skill drain is win more. Might just be better to use like a Charmy in that slot. See, this is exactly what I mean. Statue is huge because of clockwork, but Blue Eyes is still bigger. It's a worse going first payoff than Primite Scream because it's unsearchable. I don't know if searchability matters. Um, Primite Scream, I don't think they're comparable because that card requires setup, whereas Skill Drain doesn't. Isn't win more good? I'd rather win more than win less. Very true. Very true. I don't care if my power cards are unsearchable. Yeah, I mean, you would obviously be replacing a non-engine card for it. That's the idea. How does stun even win here? Well, it is game 3, so they might as well play it out. It was a super poly set. Did we really not have anything? Could we not use that super poly? Like, when the maiden was on the board? Hello? Did we not play Gurura? Like, could we not fuse? That seems a little sus. Could make Mud Dragon. It's not Mud Dragon under Clockwork Knight. It's Gurura, because they're all machines. But like, surely you play Gurura, right? Gurua? Yeah, you play Gurua. Surely you do. So I'm surprised we didn't Super Poly. Stun has no room in the extra deck. I love I love how Twitch chat says these things. It's so funny. Stun has no room in the extra deck. Oh my god, that chest. Blue Eyes for game. Let's go. If you run Super Poly, I feel you run the main targets. It's stun, what do you mean? Your whole extra deck is targets. You play every target. But yeah, anyway, GG Rainfall. Well done for triumphing over stun. Another coin toss believer down. Okay. Um, are our top 4 players here? Because they've been waiting a while. I think we should let them start now. If we want to let the top 4 players begin, we can watch. But for real, Skill Drain is a win more card, and it's just cringe card in general. Um, it is a cringe card in general. It's funny though, because you could imagine a certain kind of player who plays Blue Eyes because it's like it's Blue Eyes, and they still think the meta decks are cringe, but they would happily play Skill Drain despite it being cringe. You can definitely imagine that kind of player. You know, I played Blue Eyes because Malice is cringe. Also, activate Skill Drain. But yeah, anyway, top 4 is ready to go. So, Mobile versus Hager, both pretty good players. So this should be a good match. Hago was the one who won my one-off tournament before, so let's see if they can win all the Button Factory tournaments. And Mobile is going second here. They won the coin and selected going second because they are on, you know, Gem Night. Hager's the Blue Eyes player, of course. Machina said he didn't Super Poly because he misclicked and summoned Water Statue with locked out Gorora. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You gotta Super Poly before you summon the statues. That's like the one skill in stun. Okay, we have not dropped any hand traps yet. This matchup could be really hard to beat if Blue Eyes does the Siffer combo, because the bodies are too big. I can totally believe that. Top 9? No, top 4. Okay. I can totally believe that Siffer is a problem. But we know that Mobile plays Droplet. So that could be a thing. Yeah, I can't think how you get over 4k defense in this deck. 4k defense is quite a lot. You kind of have to remove it somehow. You do have options to remove it, but it also has a negate, so we'll see how the match plays out. What are the remaining decks? Our top 4 is not decided yet. Our second match is not decided. But this is Gem Knight, Blind Second, and Blue Eyes. Oh, we do have Maxi. Okay. One of the few hand traps in the Gem Knight deck, just Charmies and Maxi. Oh my god. We're playing Meows. That's crazy. So they're gonna draw for summoning Blue Eyes here. And now Maxi is resolved. So you kind of don't want to Synchro, right? Let's have a look what they searched with Sage. Sorry, with Wishes. They got Sage and Roar. So no guarantee of the trap card. Because we've used the True Light to special a Blue Eyes. So there's no guarantee of the trap here. We know there's a Drill Beam. We don't know the rest. Versus 5 cards. Let's see. Oh my god, that is a good one. That is going to get Drill Beam with the quickness. Okay. Interesting to go Duster. Interesting to go Duster as the Drill Beam bait, because that would have been a crazy good card to resolve. So maybe we just don't have anything to bait with. Maybe that had to be the bait. But, you know, with a full back row like this, it would have been so crazy to resolve that. Also, yeah, plushie, it's fine. Do whatever you need to. Like, using the Duster there almost makes me think that this is the only play that we have, somehow. Awu April stream, hello. It's been a while since we streamed, and I know I said no streams this week, but we have a tournament to host, so. Okay, and we do have the hard drawn trap. So, yeah. I was gonna say, if Mobile extends from here, I'm very surprised, because I would have kept that Duster as a play rather than a bait. You said no streams next week? You know what I meant, Has. The tournaments are up now, so So I have to stream them. You you know what I mean. Okay, so mobile is one game down. His hand is full of Charmies. I don't even think it could have been full of Charmies because we only used Max C and Meows. If we had a Fua, we would have used it. If we had a Perulia, we would have used it. It had to be like duplicate Max C's, I guess. Like what could it have even been? But anyway, going into game two. Also, cookie check. It was four. You had four Charmies. We have 398 quadrillion, 45 trillion cookies. Okay, speaking of Charmies. I had to guarantee a draw, no plays. Okay. Yeah, I figured you had one play. As soon as the Duster came down, I thought you probably have one play. Double Perulia is crazy. Um, it's possible. Like, Blue Eyes is one of the hardest decks to give no draws for Perulia. But if you are gonna give no draws to Perulia, Hard Drawn Maiden is like the way to do it. Which is like really sad. If you're mobile. Yeah, Vela and Raw, we're not gonna summon from the hand at all, are we? We're just gonna pass, give them a 4-card hand, and make them beat Vela plus whatever else we have, and a Spirit, presumably. That would be what they do. Blue Eyes getting buffed next week? Why is Blue Eyes getting buffed next week? I'm hyped for Mitsurugi, but what does that have to do with Blue Eyes? Sage to 3? Oh, right. Literally, yeah. Literally Sage to 3. And the new Fairy Dragon, is that also good in Blue Eyes? I haven't read what the new Fairy cards do. They're like the Ancient Fairy archetype. It's not bad? Okay. It's an OTK piece. You should be focusing on your game mobile. Yeah, so this is exactly what I thought it would be. It's just no draws for Cerulia, which is so sad. Like, Blue Eyes is one of the only, like, the worst decks for, like, not giving a Cerulia draw. You always normal summon in this deck. It was one of the only hands that doesn't, you know? I mean, it's not literally one of the worst, but, like, you know, out of the meta decks. Still, though, the board is not scary. Like, the back row has to be good, because Valor and Spirit I don't think are that good. Majesty is pretty good. That can pop Scatter Fusion. Oh my god, that's a crazy draw. Red Reboot, it goes so hard. Because now this last set is dead, regardless of what it is. If that's an Impalm, it's just set. It's just dead now. Vela and Ultimate Spirit. I'm surprised that we went for Spirit right away, by the way. Instead of trying to get value out of the Graveyard Negate, because this has a lot of targets, technically. You know, like this is a lot of negate options, so I feel like we would have kept it on the board, but maybe they were being scared of a board breaker. Oh, that's a good last card. That is a good last card. Um, Still though, it would have to find hand traps. Because we're threatening lethal, of course. It's Gem Knight. Oh, it can target the True Light too, which is actually might even be not that good to use the Maxi. Yeah, because now we pop the True Light. Lancia and Nib for the win. You never draw the Lancia and the Nib. You always need it, and you never draw it. Like, I've done that a million times. You never draw both. Never. Maxine Blue Eyes is insane. 3,000 hand traps. Is Blue Eyes on 3,000 hand traps? Is it actually? Only Siths deal in absolutes? That statement is itself an absolute, Haas. Are you a Sith? It doesn't run Cold by Crossout? That is true. It has Purge as well. Yeah, but resolving the lady, the Rose Diamond, getting to pop the Spirit, forcing it, is pretty strong. Because that's just a negate that didn't happen, you know? When is the box fiending? When the box is fiending? What are you talking about, doggy? What are you saying? Oh, the spirit's back, by the way, so we can do a graveyard negate now. But then what? What are you gonna synchro into? Is Red Reboot that good in this format? It was really good last format, but I don't think it's gonna be good in the future. I'm sure you could still play it in Gem Knight, but you can, there's no traps in the Mitsurugi deck, right? You don't play Plasma Hole, usually, so, and Malice is going to be less popular, so, like, Red Reboot's losing a lot of its power. There's a Mitsurugi trap, but you don't play it. Not in Mitsurugi Ryziel, I mean. Miss the R in Friendening. Okay, what is Friendening? Your automod is homophobic? No, it isn't, Abby. No, it isn't. Okay. What do we have here? Quick guess who you are and Mitsu. Prez is an ultra rare. Murakumo is an ultra rare. Habakiri is an ultra rare. And you know what? I'm gonna say for once that is it. There's only 3 ultra rares. Because the other cards are like one-offs and stuff. Like you don't necessarily expect them to be ultra rare. Maybe Ritual is an ultra rare. None of the cards that you don't play are going to be ultra rare. It's like none of the bad cards that don't get played in Ryziel. None of those will be ultra rare. Murakumo will be ultra? Yes, correct. Because it's announced, right? But it's also just the boss monster, so it makes sense. And then the 3 ofs are going to be ultras. Like, what do you think? Are they gonna make like Sagi also an ultra just for the sake of it? Maybe. Probably Ritual if they make a 4th one. It would be Ritual. I don't know if there's. I can't think off the top of my head. Are there any other new cards in the set that you have to play in the new Mitsurugi decks? Because if there's not, that makes me think we're more likely to get Eclipse Twins. Because it's another Ultra that you need for the deck. Oh my god, hi Nibiru. We're gonna negate this. Okay, so here is a technical play. If you want to use this Hollow Core, you gotta banish the other Hollow Core, right? Just because this last set could be called by the grave, which is a spell, so you can still activate it. So you gotta banish the Hollow Core with Hollow Core here. And yeah, mobile does. And that's GG. Okay, first time we've seen Hager lose. Going into game 3. Red reboot, very fair card. I mean, it was down to the wire. It was down to the wire. If it wasn't for the Omni negate, the nib would have worked, you know? It was like down to the last disruption. Anyway, game 3. Red reboot is so cringe though, I do agree. Spot the lab player challenge. As a branded player, reboot is a funny card to have legal. Oh my god. Okay, so we can't even do anything. No Apo. We get sent first, which makes perfect sense. But we can't even play? We just set pass? Is this because we have Charmies or because we don't have a play? I wonder. And yeah, Hager doing the best play, going second in Blue Eyes, which is to frame one search drill beam. Always annoying. And then we have Wishes. Okay, we know that there's likely no Ash in the blind second Gem Knight deck. Benefits of a blind second deck, Lamau? You mean for Blue Eyes getting to pick going second? I don't think they're on Fairies, no Rainbow. I don't think they're playing Heralds. Like, it's possible that we have a trap or like a droplet, something that can be used early. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And then we're gonna drop the Charmies. Like, it's possible that that was the plan. Okay, we do have Charmies. We're gonna send Meows. Interesting to send Meows. Maybe we have another Meows. Because that would be the one Meows, the one Charmy that's actually gonna draw. Right, from now on, you'd think? Or like, I guess Lordly Load also summons from the deck, so Fua's live. I was thinking with the trap, right? The True Light, but maybe not. Maybe we do discard Meows here. They don't chain any more Charmies though, so maybe they did just brick. Maybe they just didn't have a play. I haven't seen Mobile on Shadows either. It's pretty standard to not play Shadows, yeah. Most blind second Gem Knights don't play Shadow. Okay, that is really interesting. Using load before Raw. That's usually not like what you do. Battle phase. Okay, hit for 150. Ouch. And pass? We know that Drill Beam is set. This is Drill Beam. Is this 20 with the new ban list? Yes, it is. It is with the new ban list. Now we're gonna make seals. This came from the deck with Raw. So we're getting both Blue Eyes into rotation. But we don't set any mystery cards, so it's not like we have Majesty. We just wanted both in rotation for the sake of it. Which is fair enough. Now Mobile has a turn, which could be quite important. We're playing against Drill Beam and a Bounce, plus Hand Traps. I play Shadow's Law, it's definitely a win more strat. Yeah, I mean, it contains bricks, right? And also, even though I haven't tested it myself, when you play all the Charmies because you're a blind second deck, dropping more Charmies and then having your opponent pass turn and then you have Shadow Fusion feels like a really annoying situation to be in. Oh my god, draw. Oh my god, that's crazy. This card might just be the best card against Gem Knight. Gem Knight plays so hard into draw. Like, yeah, okay, hard drawn Gem Knight fusion. And we make Lady Rose. This doesn't do anything. Droll is so bad. Like, you just can't play after Droll. It's so sad how everything searches. I played one sock not because of the ban list, but because I'm poor. I'm sorry. Scatter Fusion is good, okay, but like, we can bounce it. We can bounce it. Next format will be maxed out on Droll format? I think so, yeah. Droll isn't the problem here. In this hand, Droll is not the problem right now because, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to coach you. You're literally in the chat listening. But, yes, of course, Scatter Fusion can be bounced. There's no cards in the hand. There's no reason to overthink it. You would just bounce it. It's not going to resolve. It is a hard once per turn. Well, I guess you negate it, sure. But then you just flip your other card. Exactly. Like, when you don't have any cards in hand, there's no way your opponent fucks it up, so... in general, though, Droll is crazy. Like, Droll goes so hard against Gem Knight. Usually Droll doesn't matter. I don't think that's true at all. I think Droll almost always single-handedly beats Gem Knight. But yeah, GG. Blue Eyes is victorious. Gem Knight beats Droll really hard. That is not true. That is not true. Let's see. What do we have here? The other top 4 match is not ready yet. So I guess we'll go back and watch some top 8. If you go first with Gem Knight, you definitely lose to Droll. All of those lists lose super hard to Droll. And there are a lot of starts in the going second list that loses to Droll. Like, if you normal summon a Nephrim, or you start with Dispersion, those plays are losing to Droll quite a lot. Anyway, we've seen Margaret a lot. Let's watch Rainfall again. I cannot enter. Is he DC'd? Normal summon Nephrin, add Dispersion, get Quartz. That's literally 2 searches in your sentence. What do you mean you don't lose the Droll? Is he disconnected into the game? A disconnect. I'm not sure. I suppose that has to be a loss, right? Because disconnecting is... It has to be a loss, but at the same time, I am being generous this time because it's my first tournament and I didn't specifically say that disconnects are losses. So I mean, I don't know what happened, right? What happened in the game? Like, did the game play? Did the game like start or what? Was it like I'm gonna have to check. It was deep into turn 4. Okay. Then it's a loss. It's gonna have to be a loss. Deep into turn 4, it's gonna have to be. Like the earlier example with queuing into the wrong deck and immediately scooping is like obvious. Also, we saw the replay and it definitely was the wrong deck. So like I don't mind being lenient on that one because it was my bad for not specifying. But disconnecting on turn 4, it's gotta be different, right? If it was at the beginning of the game immediately, I would have said restart, but not on turn 4, unfortunately. So that is just a game loss, isn't it? Unfortunate. Let's have a look at what's going on in Margaret's game. I believe they're in game 3 now. This is back into top 8. Playing for top 4 right now. So we main Fog King next format. I don't know if you're going to be playing Fog King. Technically, you're right. It's a tribute summon Floodgate. Like a tribute Floodgate. Why not Mask of Restrict? You don't have to normal summon Mask of Restrict. Surely that's just the better option. Okay, is this a full White Forest combo, uninterrupted? Because that sure will win a game. That sure will win a game. And this is game 3? Oh my god. Discard Crossout Designator. Hello? Tell me you're confident without telling me you're confident. Like there's a deception on the board. Like, what? Just discard Crossout? Yep, don't need it. Who is the best deck, White Forest? Do you like White Forest, Pumi? Do you think it's the best deck? It's your favorite deck? Did you cross out so many times? Honestly, me too. Whenever I put Crossout in a deck, I draw it. I don't know about you guys. I swear I draw it every time. It's my main deck. It is pretty cool. I've never really given White Forest a chance because I'm a Snake Eye enjoyer, and it was always better. But I think White Forest is like better than Snake Eye now, so maybe I have to give it a chance. It does play a lot of cards that I like. You know, like Azamina and Diabellstar. I do like those cards. I don't think I drew a single Crossout today. You shouldn't be playing Crossout in tier, right? Maybe that's why you didn't draw it. Okay, end board is Omni Negate, IP, Book of Moon. Probably some kind of, yeah, this one. The Book of Moon number 2. Also, we added back Book of Eclipse. So we have Book of Moon number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is Cold by good going second into Mitsu? It could be. Although, I think the Raziel Mitsurugi end board is like a lot. And you don't expect to win. It's kind of like, it's not quite a Malice end board, but like, it's one of those end boards you don't expect to beat. I think you would rather hand trap it. But I could be wrong. I've not played. I don't play the TCG. I don't really know the matchups yet. Well, you could... Oh my god. What are they playing against? Salesband calling Azamina Ilya Sylvia into Raigeki. Your call on quarters? What do you want to do? What do you mean, what do I want to do? I don't know what you're talking about. Into Lightning Storm. Okay. Chain IP, surely, because you can't be destroyed by card effects when you link summon. Like, wait, we don't use this? Do we not use Diabell here? We can summon a monster in defense position and then chain IP. This Appaloosa should just be a big fat Appo, right? Giant Appo. Can't be destroyed. Oh, it is another Gem Knight. Okay, it's another Gem Knight blind second. Think they both want to continue. They can continue. It was a game loss, right? I gave a game loss. You're talking about Rainfall and Hizzy, right? But are you saying that are you saying it was already 1-0 and they want to be generous and play out another game? Is that what you're saying? Let me check. Oh, they disconnected instantly the next game. I'm gonna say instant disconnect is not a game loss this time. I'm not sure though. Like it's a little suspicious, you know, because like if it's the right deck, instant disconnect is like you can see the hand and choose. But like I've been generous this time, so I'll continue being generous. You can play another game if you want. I would redo it, yeah. We can redo it, but for future tournaments, I will definitely make sure that the rules are extremely clear so that I don't have any situations where I have to be like, you know, a judge. I would like to have the rules explain themselves. Yeah, let them play it out if they want to. White Forest full combo end board is crazy, but it depends on what variants people run, with Fiendsmith or without. I haven't looked into it, but I can't imagine you don't play Fiendsmith in White Forest. That seems to be the standard ever since it came out. This is crazy, by the way. We went Salesban, Raigeki, Lightning Storm, and the board is still there. I would recommend just doing a hard rule for DC equals a loss. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I just forgot to sort of write it because I was sort of in a rush to get the tournament set up. I was trying to compete with Cloudy. I wanted to get them all ready really fast, but actually, um, yeah, you're right. I missed a lot of stuff, so I do need to flesh out the rule set a little bit more. Which is why I'm being nice, because it's technically all my fault. Can you increase the number of tournament in a month? I do plan on doing some special ones on that 4th Friday. I want to keep the 4th Friday open because that's when a Duelist Cup is going to be, so I don't want to be busy on that one. I kind of want to keep that one open, but I do plan on doing special tournaments sometimes when there's obviously not Duelist Cup every month. Things like Highlander, NR, you know, custom ban list, that kind of thing. So occasionally I will announce things like that. But I do plan on just doing regular three a month. And yeah, Margaret wins this game. GG. Gem Knight falling again. So is that another top 4 match? That is that's another top four player. Margaret with White Forest making it into top four. So in the top four we had Mobile on Gem Knight. We had Blue Eyes. We have White Forest now. And then we have whoever wins this game between Rainfall and Hizzy. What summoning type is better gameplay wise? Synchro or Xyz? Um, I'm more of a fan of synchros, but that's just preference. Like, it's literally just preference. If my Xyz monsters are royal rare, then I'm more of a fan of those. I don't know which is like better gameplay. It kind of depends on the whole deck. Like it's like Ryziel, for example. It's not Xyz as a mechanic that make Ryziel what it is, you know? It's the Ryziel cards. Like synchro decks especially have like so many, even current synchro decks play like so differently from each other. Like Tempai and White Forest that couldn't be further, you know, from each other, kind of. I'm sorry for the problems. It's okay. There's no problems. Of course, April likes white cards more. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Rainfall is constantly in a shadow duel, literally. I mean, I don't think they're in a shadow duel. I think they're just sat in the table. Can I like go to the bathroom and get a drink? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I DC'd. There was no way my hand was beating that, so it wasn't internet just letting it be known. But yeah, we watched your game just now against Margaret, so there was no way to really win that. You didn't have enough pushes. Mitsuborga? Is that your name for Mitsurugi? Damn, they really are in a shadow duel. Good to see everyone participating in the tournament. Super Cutie Monthly 1. Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm glad that you guys showed up. Obviously, it's like my first one, and it was obviously full of like it was full of kinks. Something I need to set up is I need to set up a tournament role so that I can ping people with a reminder without having to at my whole server. That's definitely something I need to do. What's the entry requirements for this one? For Super Cutie Monthly? Nothing. You just need to be in the Discord. Right? You need to be a cutie, and joining the Discord makes you a cutie. So you need to just join the Discord. This is a free entry one. I will play every Cutie's 20 until I become the #1 cutest. Exactly. That's what I want you guys to be striving for. The #1 cutie. I'm in the Discord, but not a cutie. If you're in the Discord, you're a cutie. I was also expecting to go O2 today. This coming format didn't look good for me. I feel like people were just here to chill, not the tournament itself. April support poor players. In this tournament, yes. But next week is the sub only one. So that one, if you wanna win some more money, a bigger prize, you can join that one. And that one's not for poor players. That's for subscribers. But you can get a sub anyhow, right? Like you can be gifted a sub, you can use Prime, and those are kind of free, so that would also work. If you're in the Discord, you are cutie. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean, Abby? It is true. You're giving us money. The prize for today is $20, yeah. First place gets $20. The prize for the sub only is $100. So yes, these do have prizes. Is Mitsu a thing next time? Yes. Next week will be after Mitsurugi release. And the next Super Cutie, the next free one, is obviously like a whole month away. $20 is enough to order takeout? Correct. It is. If you win the tournament rainfall, you can order your snackies. Just win the tourney and sub with the prize money? Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Low key, that is part of my motivation behind choosing to make this one first in the month, and then next week the sub one, so that the winner of this one can always technically play in the next one. Can I play the sub one? If you're subbed Kaori, I can live like a king with $100. You know what you gotta do then. You know what you gotta do. Okay, we've really not started this game yet. I think we should be starting this game soon. Um, if they don't respond soon, then we might have to make a decision. Might have to call it a loss. You can ping them in the Discord, but I don't know if that their name is obvious. If I don't live in America, can I win the prize? I also don't live in America. What do you mean? And yes, it's just PayPal. It's just $20. You don't need to live anywhere specific. Winner gets a free lifetime at HRT? I don't think so. If I could provide that, who would I be? No PayPal in India? Is that true? I didn't know that. To be fair, it's a shame that we have to use PayPal because I mean like the CEO of PayPal is like one of the worst people in existence, right? But if PayPal isn't supported in your country, there'll be another way around it. There'll be another way, trust me. We'll sort that out. Um, I don't know what Venmo or Cash App are, but like I said, we'll figure it out if it doesn't work. So do not worry. Do you take donations on Twitch as an alternative to Twitch subs? Um, I would like to say yes, but the sub tournament is set up to automatically check. That's how it, like the start.gg checks if you're a sub. So it might have to be like a manual enter thing. I'm not really sure, which I don't really want to get into. Um, but I'll probably have to say no. Like, you probably have to do the sub. It should be cheaper, right? Than it's like, so like if you do I guess it's the same price, right? I don't really know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Okay, they have shown back up. Kizzy is here. Is the game ready to go? They are ready to go. Let's watch. I just meant in general, like if someone wanted to donate you the full amount of money instead of a percentage value when they sub to you. Right, I see. You because most or like a good chunk of subscriber money goes to Daddy Jeff anyway, instead of me. Maybe they wanted to give all of it. That's what you're saying. Um, I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it because in my experience, people don't really gift like donate anywhere near as much as they sub, you know? So that's why it's just sub as the entry fee. But anyway, the game is here. We're playing a Kashtira deck. Kashtira cards have been very popular today. Like, I feel like it's kind of a coincidence, but we've seen them in White Forest and Tia. Like, both White Forest, of course. What are we playing here? This is a big deck. Is this like Snake Eye? Is this Tia? I have an idea. How about a Tony, but the winner give you money? That is pretty funny. A self TK tournament where whoever wins the finals has to give me money. That would be a pretty funny idea. Ooh, purging unicorn. So using purge on unicorn is always I mean using like Ash or purge is always sus because it's never pure cash, it's always an engine. So you're just letting the other deck go by fully uninterrupted. Unless we have another hand trap. Like that's crazy, right? Um Full White Forest combo now after purge. We know we can't be ashed. Ash on LZ is crazy, but we can't Ash after purge. Very weird play. It is weird, I think, because you generally don't lose to a unicorn on its own. Like, no deck loses to unicorn on its own. So I feel like if you have one hand trap, you never use it on unicorn. I mean, do you want to risk it isn't pure cash? Yeah, you do. You want to risk it not being pure cash. Because there's almost no chance it's pure cash. Also, it's game 3. Like, Rainfall knows what they're against. No, none of these decks lose to Unicorn, guys. They lose to Unicorn plus another deck doing some stuff. What I meant is that no deck loses to Unicorn Pass on its own. Like no deck. You know? If you're losing that, it's because there's like Maxi involved in hand traps. Like what deck are you playing to be losing to Unicorn Birth Pass? That's why if you have one hand trap, I think you always ignore Unicorn these days. Unicorn banished Gem Knight Dispersion is literally FTK. I suppose that's pretty good, but I would be surprised if you couldn't still OTK against just Unicorn. My Exodia deck with one copy of the Fusion. Lamau. Oh, we also drew Fenrir, by the way. Wait, no, we searched Fenrir. This is the third White Forest, by the way. Somehow, White Forest is a popular deck in this tournament. Nobody tried to play Malice, by the way, from what I saw. Nobody tried to play nerfed Malice. What animes you watch this season? Interesting question. The answer is none. I don't really have time to watch anime, and I don't really watch anime anyway. When it comes to second monitor entertainment, I usually watch Twitch streams and Twitch VODs because they are long. And like, cause like I'm somebody who like I spend all day here like working and stuff, like on stuff. And I don't want my second monitor content background noise to be like 20 minutes. I have to get in and change it, like close a bunch of porn ads, and then like skip the intro. Like that's just annoying as fuck. So I just put on like a 6-hour stream VOD, you know? I just finished Uma Musume season 2, happy sobbing. Just get ad block, what the fuck? Very true, but you're telling me that like skipping the ending and the opening and the recap is like also not a thing? Like I can't skip that, you know? The totally legal sites have OP skip buttons, yeah, but those cost money, and I'm not really interested in paying for background noise. Can we skip this cutscene? I'm afraid we cannot skip this cutscene, Nicky boy. This is Millennium Kashtira White Forest. Beansmith. Very cool. The totally legal ones. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Oh, do I have some news for you? Yeah. There's a lot of White Forest in the top cut, it seems. Rainfall is on Blue Eyes, and Blue Eyes is not known for breaking boards. So the set is 53 minutes right now. Yeah, because you waited for disconnection issues, and you are still nowhere near as long as Anna's paleo game. So it's fine. Don't worry. You're nowhere close to as long as the paleo game. There were two Malice Spielers who both went out on round 1. Interesting. I remember I was a little kid, and if I wanted to use the internet, then those porn ads would pop up unavoidable. Yeah, ad blocks are a thing now. I've only recently used an ad block. Like, I've used the internet, like, forever, and I've only, like, this year started using an ad blocker. And it was only for like content reasons because I wanted to be able to record like Dueling Book or whatever. Like I've always been the kind of person to just eat the ads, you know? Like that was me. I was the person watching the ads. Yeah, I agree with you, Rainbow. You can't go back. You can't go back after using it. The whole internet economy ran on April watching ads. I mean, another reason why I had to put on the ads is because, or turn off the ads, I should say. It's because on Twitch, like, I've gotten into the habit of sleeping to Twitch streams. Like, I put on a Twitch stream and just go to sleep because I can't sleep if it's silent, so I need some noise. But I like to have the volume on low enough that I can't understand what they're saying because then it doesn't distract me. Otherwise, I'll like, process the information. So I just put on a little bit of background noise. But some streamers are quiet, and when the ads come on, if the ad is like excessively loud, it's so annoying. So like I have to turn the ads off, you know. You just have to. I slept very often during your and Plushie's DC runs. Aw. Yeah, I bet you also woke up and I was still playing. Yeah. I sleep to documentaries because I don't want brain to think about stuff. How is that the right answer? Surely if you sleep to a documentary, your brain is thinking about stuff because it's processing the information. Also, we've had a whole yap session. We've had a whole sleepover yap session, and this White Forest combo is still going. We have Omni Negate, Omni Negate, 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 Book of Moon, Book of Moon, Book of Moon, Banish, a set Book of Moon, and probably another Book of Moon. Like we had earlier. Did we add back like an Impalm or something? Do we know it? Do we know what it is? We returned Wraithsop. Cool. Hajime. EDO Pro combo. Wait, it's still turn 1? Yep, it is still turn 1. Okay, starting with Raw. I mean, this is really kind of rough because Rainfall was kind enough to wait for like 15 minutes for Hizzy to fix the internet. They even gave them a free win when they disconnected earlier. And in response to all of that kindness, Hizzy went, here is a White Forest FTK. Good luck. So yeah, there's the Book of Moon. Is this even breakable with Blue Eyes? I don't think so, no. I don't think it's even remotely breakable. Typhon wins this game? Typhon does not win this game. Typhon delays the inevitable. Also, they started with Raw, so I don't think they're gonna win with Typhon. Maybe in the TCG. By the way, if any of you guys have tried to build a lot of Genesis decks yet, the fact that Typhon has 10 points associated with it, you really realize how bad the card is and pointless it is when it's not free. You know, like nobody is putting Typhon in a Genesis deck for 10 points because it's not worth it. You never win the games that you summon Typhon anyway. It's only... I put it in Paleo. I think that's a waste. I think that's a waste. I think you should spend your points on other cards. Like, you know Toad is legal, right? You can play Totally Awesome in Paleo. What's the point in playing Typhon? You also have Toad? Yeah. Toad is like 20 points or something. And Zeus is also 20 points. But what if it becomes useful? I mean, I don't see the point in Typhon unless it's free. Like in the TCG. Or Master Duel, obviously. I spend a lot of points on Typhon, Toad, Zeus. I mean, are you also playing like Xtrav or something? No, you wouldn't play Xtrav. You don't have enough points for all those Zeuses. I don't think I play Typhon in any deck in Genesis. I play Tenpai in Genesis. If you think Tenpai is good, you're welcome to come and show it in a couple weeks' time when we do our first Genesis tournament. Please come and show me the Chandra power. The first deck I built in Genesis was Centaurion Branded. Is Branded dead in Genesis? I don't think it's quite dead. I'm a bit annoyed that they didn't allow the standard combo to be legal. Like, you can't go Albion into Lubellion into Mirajade from Brafu. Like, you can't do that if you want to send the Bestial Lubellion. You also can't even do, like, Lubellion into Mirajade, like Brafu into Lubellion into Mirajade, and also have a Cartesia in your deck, because it's just too many points. So it is really sad, but I get it. I get it. Only if you play in the T2 Trials Genesis tournament? I'm sure I will, yeah. Blue Eyes, Big Wall? Okay, we can banish it. You know what would have been cool though? If before the Blue Eyes was flipped face up, if we flipped to True Light face up, it couldn't be targeted. And we would not be OTK'd this turn. We would survive. And there we go. So we finally have our second top four. Our second top four match is finally ready. It is Margaret versus Hizzy. I believe. Right? I believe that's true. That was game two. That was game two. That was game two. Okay. Okay, that was game two. One more. Okay, one more. Sorry, I mean, like, technically it's game five. Okay, so like, you can't blame me for being confused. But yes, it is game three now. I am already in the finals. No, you're not, Nicky boy. It's okay. You are still not on track to be as long as the Paleo game. Do not worry. You still have to have like a decent game to beat the Paleo game. Do not worry. Let's watch game three. I'm going to sleep. This took longer than expected. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, we're watching games, right? Like, we're watching games. These could be the these could be the finals. It wouldn't really make a difference, right? Okay, we've been drolled, which is nasty, because Blue Eyes is one of the decks that hates droll sometimes. And that's why we're gonna cold buy it. Okay. You usually don't play cold buy in Blue Eyes, but apparently we are. Traitor bird? What do you mean traitor bird? Droll and Lock bird is like the evilest bird on the planet. All birds are bad in Yu-Gi-Oh! Every bird is evil. Duolingo bird is evil? Very true, yeah. Very true. Rabina is cool? No, Rabina is not cool. Garunix is cool? I'll kind of give you that one. Garunix is kind of cool. Speaking of Garunix, that is one of my Genesis decks. Fire King is so cool. The Fire King Jurak deck is so cool. Ponix is Kino. Abby, what does Kino mean? Why don't you let the chat know? Please explain what Kino means. It's not me that doesn't know, it's chat that doesn't know. Please explain what Kino means. Top tier, okay. SSS tier. Okay, speaking of SSS tier, this hand is crazy. We cold by Droll and then just do full Blue Eyes combo. Wishes after full combo, so this is just gonna get to be trap. Well, we don't even need the trap because this hasn't even been used yet. We can get raw, set the trap anyway, and get an effect veiler. Okay, we're not getting effect veiler. I guess we haven't used our second normal summon, so this is also worth getting because it's just an extra step. Marvelous, fantastic, absolute sex. Okay, I understand now. I know what Kino means. The only thing that this end board is going to be missing is a drill beam. And technically, there is two cards we don't know about, or one card we don't know about. This could just be a drill beam. Okay. So we do set the mystery card. Why are we not, wait. No, we did. We did. We don't want the Sage and we got the Veiler. Okay. So we have the Trap, the Veiler, Double Spirit. And this last card, who thinks it's Drill Beam? Do we think it's just a hard-drawn Drill Beam? Just a vanilla off-the-dome Drill Beam? As Abba would say? It's probably Purge? Okay. Off the dome, yeah. Okay, Birth is not the card you want to draw. Imperm from the Thunderdome. Okay, Sylvie, that is the card you want to draw, but is it enough? I'm gonna drop the Veiler, makes sense. Did you know that Draco Slayer can take the Maxi Challenge and then lock you with a Morphage Latchery? Did you know that Draco Slayer can take the Maxi Challenge, lock you out of your Nibiru plus Imperm combo using that silly Pendulum card, and then deck you out? Why do they need to lock you with Latchery? Okay, that's crazy. We Veiler the Sylvie and we just have Tails in the hand. Perfect. Perfect flowchart gameplay so far. But we still have more. On the resolution, what could we do here? We could pop if we wanted to. I don't know why this Birth is here. Chillin'. Don't know why this is here. Maybe it was bait. Thought it might bait the pop. Ooh, there's the Royal Sangenjin. Was anyone here for that game on Ranked where I was playing Gem Knight, like Fiendsmith Gem Knight with the Heralds, and White Forest was decking me out under Maxi, and I didn't draw the Herald. The 3 Herald were the last 3 cards in my deck. Literal last 3, and I lost the game because of it. I wasn't able to stop their combo. That game was unbelievably unlucky. Literal last 3, yeah. And even then it was one special summon away from passing turn. They were one special summon over the line. So we summon Spirit now. That can negate Diabellstar, but like, is Diabellstar even scary? I don't think I'd negate Diabellstar if I was here, because every continuation of this line, this card's a card again, you know? Like, OSS, which you don't play, would theoretically send a card as cost, and so would Deception. So you probably don't need to negate this. Nicky Boy always lucky, April always unlucky. That is so not true. Nicky Boy will win the coin flip. I will draw 2 pairs, including Nibiru and a trap card, and he will go, oh my god, I drew cross. Meanwhile, he drew an out to max C plus talents plus full combo. That is Nicky Boy calling me lucky. My fella Typhon. Okay, we set this. We set Slumber. Not even a good card here. I will try to stay to see the finals. I'm sorry it's taking a while, but keep in mind that it only feels like we're waiting a long time because I allowed the games to go ahead anyway. Like, a lot of other tournaments would make you wait the whole round before the next round even starts. You know, technically we're only 4 hours in to the tournament, and it has been 5 rounds. You know? So, like, technically, we're not exactly going slow. It just feels slow, because some games are faster than others. I always see Nicky Joy draw cross, yeah, and he always wins anyway. Because the other cards are Maxi Ash Talents and X'd. It's broken. Is my ex mobile out? Yes, he is. Mobile is out. I can't believe he's your ex now. I can't believe you guys broke up. That's crazy. Okay, we summon Big Siffer. Big Siffer. Would you guys believe me if I said one of my very first decks in the TCG was hard summoning this card? Like, me being a little child noob, going to locals full of pros, I thought I'm going to synchro summon Stardust Siffer Divine Dragon, just vanilla synchro summon it, and win the game. Like, that was me. Siffer sucked on release? It still sucks, what do you mean? Siffer doesn't have any use except Spirit Dragon. Well, not even Spirit Dragon. Like, you need... Crimson Dragon needs to be released for Siffer to be good. Did you win with that deck? No, I didn't. It was like pure synchron, like Yusei Turbo kind of thing, like just synchron Quasar spam. But it required you to know what you're doing in the combo, and it was really hard to do that. But that is the game. Finally, Game 3 is over. Rainfall is the winner, and we now have a top 4 match, number 2. Finally, finally. April next DC in 3 months, lock in. I'm already locked in. Don't worry. I love that you saw the Cipher eventually became playable. Even more than that, I'm happy that they made a Quasar variant that's actually really good, which is Blazar. Like the Blazar Crimson Dragon in Centaurion, actually really cool. Like Blazar is based. I love Blazar. Anyway, let's go. We have Margaret versus Hizzy. Nicky boy, you're gonna love this match. It's a White Forest mirror match. I always forget April is old. Don't say that. Didn't... Don't say that. I'm not old. I've just been playing the game since I was young. Who's in the final? Hager is in the final. They've been waiting for a while. But that's just because their games went really quick. They were destroying everyone. 1 foot in the grave already. I am in the finals. Is it your alt account, Nicky boy? Are you secretly a VOA member? Okay. Wow, after all of that, the game was still about as long as the Paleo game. After all of that, like the 5 match, wait, didn't Blue Eyes just win, so it's not a mirror? Oh, right. Rainfall is on Blue Eyes. My bad. It's not a mirror match. Maybe I am getting old. But yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it. You should ask Decade for training. Training on what? Training on how to mispronounce cards. I'll do my best Decade impression for this next match, okay? How about that? How about that? Predictions are up. Majolnia. Is that how he said it? There's no way he doesn't know how to pronounce Mjolnir, right? There's no way he said Majolnia. I think so. Oh my god. I want to hear you scream Hajime. Don't worry. Don't worry. How to pronounce cards is still cringe on how he pronounces melodious étoile. Etoli. Etoli. Negate. Oh my god. You reminded me of that clip. That clip the other day that Cloudy posted from Reddit where somebody claimed that Decade said the N-word. And it was literally him saying negate. Like literally saying negate. Can we start this game? Hello? Can we start the game, please? I guess we can wait. I'm rushing because like I don't want to keep people waiting, but I guess it's fine. The game is the tournament is not actually like lagging. We had, let me check. We had 5 rounds, right? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The finals is going to be at round 6. So not actually behind. Pretty swift actually, now that I think about it. Negate. Don't say it with 2 N's. Abby, don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. I always laugh when DK says Trushula. What is Trushula? You mean like Trishula? Darth. Shut up. Shut up, Darth. Was this off the dome, April? Hands up? What do you mean? What does this phrasing mean? What is hands up? Was this off the dome? What does it mean? It's Avo brain rot, yeah. I still have the screen cap of you saying the T slur. What T slur did I say? What T slur did I say? Turbulence? Rescue Ace Turbulence, yeah. DK's pronunciation of Arciela and Arcielago makes me sick. To be fair, I don't know how to pronounce Arcielago. I don't know what you're supposed to say. Say moo? Moo? Have you tried being Italian? No. Wait, what do you mean Italian or is it Latin? It's Spanish. What do you mean? It's literally Spanish. Anyway, the game is starting, finally. Match number 2, actual top 4. Like, actual top 4. Top 4, finally. Okay, we have Rainfall going first. So that's going to be Blue Eyes versus White Forest. Also, Margaret with the default accessories. No sleeves, no field, but the gem turtle mate goes hard. I like when April moves, it fits the size of her others. Crazy. Thank you, Abby. This is why we love you. Also, thank you to Shiom1 for following. Okay, we have some hand traps here. We have a response. Impum, okay. This is a pretty good impum. Impuming on barrel is like common because then you don't get to drill beam. But I don't like that because you hard lose to like a load anyway, or like a hard drawn drill beam in this case. But more importantly, you lose to like the Blue Eyes plays, which is actually like stronger than drill beam in its entirety. Like drill beam is the strongest interruption, but like Blue Eyes is more than one disruption. It's also follow up, right? So I like holding for the spirit better. Thank you for this content. You're welcome. I'm glad you like. I'm hoping that these tournament coverage streams are like actually pretty good. I'm hoping that they're part of the like weekly vibes that we can build. Not just playing in them, but like hanging out in the stream should be good too. That's the plan. Let's see. What do we have now? We summoned a Blue Eyes with load. And we don't have any other engine, but we do have 4 back row. So drill beam, 4 back row. Is this the hard drawn trap? It's always the hard drawn trap, I swear. When they don't play Blue Eyes and you think, oh, they're not going to have the trap, it's always the hard drawn trap. Okay, Engraver did not get Cold Bite. We know that Rainfall is on Cold Bite. It's Spanish for bat. What, Arcielago is Spanish for bat? I guess that makes sense, because she does look like a bad bat, if you know what I mean. Like, she looks crazy. Okay, Lurie is resolving, which means his last card is not Maxi, which is very nice to know. You have to include the Moo. Murcielago. Literally has bat wings? Yeah, literally. Literally. Okay, this might get Cold Bite. Did not get Cold Bite. Okay, there is no Cold Bite. Okay, equipping the engraver. So this is threatening to send away the Blue Eyes, which makes the drill beam live. So you kind of want to drill beam this. Probably. Oh my god. Or trap, sure. Told you, it's always the hard drawn trap. It's always the hard drawn trap. Okay, and now we're drill beaming the Sylvie, which is completely reasonable. There's still 3 unknown cards here. This could be Vela, this could be Impalm, Purge. I think it will be hard to push through now. Elzat is a good one. It is not a tuner. It's not a tuner though. We can make sequence though. We can make sequence. It doesn't search if you just link it away though, so it's kind of ass. You don't really want to do that. Oh, we have the means to fusion summon. You don't see that very often. Activate the fusion summon effect. Yeah, we're fusing from the hand. We had LZ. Okay, so we have LZ in the hand, which means this last card can't be a spell. Right? Can't be a spell. Purge on the bat is kind of bad because it also gets destroyed. Actually, it's actually not so bad. Because getting destroyed, lesser known fact, it does the same effect as when it searches on summon. It's the same effect. Also, there's a cold buy, which is blowing my mind that you don't cold buy Engraver or even Requiem. It blows my mind that you don't do that. How? Who chooses not to cold buy Requiem? Who? Or even Engraver? But, okay. Was Rep equip used effect? Yeah, it was. Yes. Yes, it was. But yeah, it's quite funny actually that this card is, if you negate and destroy Murcielago, it does the same thing, which is kind of funny. Also we're gonna purge Maxi, just for good measure. Wait, is that even good? Do you purge Maxi here? Oh, I guess you do. Yeah, you do. Because you get barrel back. I was thinking that we were just gonna play Blue Eyes attack pass, but we obviously get barrel back, so. Purge off the top, off the dome. It's called off the dome. Ayo. What do you mean has clipped that? What is wrong? What does it mean? What did I say wrong? Okay, so now we get to play like an amount of blue eyes that is not negligible. You would misuse off the dome? Shake my head. What do you mean? It's supposed to be misused. That's the point. That's the point of off the dome. Hands up? What does hands up mean? Okay, so we are just blue eyes attack pass. But we get drill beam. Wait, we don't get drill beam. You forgot to reset drill beam. We forgot to reset drill beam. Off the dome every time. So without drill beam, is Margaret in a good spot? Because these are like These are blue eyes. Why is everyone stealing my goo? Why don't we hear it from Abo himself? What does off the dome mean, Abo? What does off the dome mean? And thank you for following. Okay, so we made seals because we wanted a disruption. Missing that drill beam is kind of bad, right? Like it's kind of suspicious. I'm sure that we have like non-engine to back us up here from our top deck, but it's kind of getting a little sus. You know, with the Fiendsmith followed up, potential top deck. It's a little sus. Like Branded Fusion could win the game here, for example. Okay, so we're gonna force the seal. We're bouncing the Lacrima, which is interesting, but I don't hate it because we do Ash. Okay, not bad, not bad. Could have also bounced Lordly Load, which was fine too. But it's not like the summon effect of Lacrima is very useful right now because we already have Engraver, so making them resummon it is like completely reasonable. Probably like the better play actually, just obviously, now that I think about it. Depends, it mostly means you come up with it, but it can also mean out of nowhere, like top decking a crazy card. So you need it off the dome. Yeah. I mean, I know what off the dome means. I was using that phrase properly like 10 years ago, like 15 years ago. Like when you come up with something off the top of your head, but using it, I thought it was really funny when I heard you using it as a top deck. Like they drew that off the dome. I thought that was really funny, so I'm stealing it. Oh my god, hello? Where did that come from? Just Judgment off the dome? Out of nowhere? Where did that Judgment come from? What is this list? We're playing Judgment out of nowhere? Head pats? Yeah, you can have head pats if you like. Judge. Literal Judgment. Literal Judgment. Off the dome, out of nowhere. You also hands up when you activate Brilliant Fusion because opponent just gonna scoop. No. The most hands up card I've ever played is Dormouse. I can't tell you the amount of times in the Duelist Cup I ashed a Maxi in the standby phase and then summoned a Dormouse and just didn't do anything, waited, and, you know, they scoop. That's the most hands up I've ever seen a card be. Or my favorite one is normal summon Dormouse, imperm the effect, and then you set a field spell, you don't even activate it, and that's enough. They can scoop from there. That's my favorite one. No one ever did that though. No head pat redeem. Pets laundry. We can make a head pat redeem. We can definitely do that. Okay, we remembered to reset drill beam this time. Did you know that Blue Eyes White Drag Queen has 3k attack? It has 3600 attack actually. Can you not read? Has 3600 attack. Margaret is in a rough spot. True, but she's been in that same rough spot for like 3 turns. So who can say? Like this game state hasn't changed in 3 turns. It's Engraver versus Blue Eyes. What game is this? This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Has. Okay, tracked effective fuse. We are allergic to summoning sequence, but I get it, right? It's so obviously just like drill beam bait. So I get it. Trying to win the game. Lacrima, this is a pretty tempting drill beam. This is a pretty tempting drill beam. We've already used Engraver Special Summon. But again, if it's your only disruption, if it's just the drill beam, it's so scary knowing what White Forest can do with like a good White Forest starter. Like Sylvie specifically. Okay, and they let it go. Maggie most likely top decks something good and is baiting the beam. Well, the thing is, you can make these plays whether you draw something good or bad. So you can't really tell what is more likely from these plays, you know? Because these can be baits or not. You would play it the same regardless. Okay, sending the Blue Eyes though is forcing. So we gotta do something now, right? We let it go. Okay, so is that just because we have a live drill beam anyway? Could be just because we have a live drill beam anyway. I think it was better to equip Wreck to Lacrima. Lacrima's not on the board. Oh, this Lacrima. I mean, yeah, generally it is. In that situation, it is, because then you don't lose the equip. Okay, it's normal summon Ash. That is not a good draw. But it is a draw. Um, what can they do here? Um, I think you could have been a little less hasty, because even though you've been trapped in this same game state for like 3 turns, you're not actually out of it. You're not actually like automatically out of it, because what you could do is have kept the Ash, because that Ash is pretty good. Like, unless they draw a Blue Eye starter, the only way to play is Lordly Load, activate again to make Drill Beam live. And you can Ash it even though it summons from the graveyard, because they're both in the graveyard, you can still Ash it. So you could Ash that effect and like still play a grind game, because the Fiendsmith engine is still recycling. So like there's a world where you keep the Ash, but we've chosen to go SP. We've chosen to go SP. We're banishing Barrel, which is, it's our only Barrel, so there's some merit to that. Cutting off the grind game. We're inflicting 1200. We can't attack for lethal. But we're gonna try. Okay. And then what? I really dislike linking off these guys. Why game bug? I know. Why game bug? Why game bug? Yeah, because there's a bit of an interesting situation here. You could have just had Ash, right? You could have just not had Engraver on the board, use that as material instead, and then just have Ash. Now you can Ash this. And at that point, they don't even have the Drill Beam live. They don't even have the Blue Eyes. You know? Like, that would just be better, right? Because the Engraver on the board isn't helping. Doesn't mean anything. The fact that they went for this first also implies that they still didn't draw a Blue Eye starter. Interesting. Turn 7, Maidenless, Sageless, Wishless. Literally, I know. Um, oh, but the barrel... I'm pretty sure we knew about this second barrel, by the way. Didn't we? Maybe not. Maybe not. Because there's two loads activated, so I wish we SP'd the drill. Well, it would have been live, right? They would have been able to chain it. Um, but to be fair, we could have then chained SP itself, like the second effect. Yeah, if we'd SP'd the drill beam, that would have been safe from every Primite like draw because there's only one drill beam. So, but that's hindsight. Oh my god, hi Typhon. Hi Typhon. Okay, so are we approaching territory where Lacrima Burn could be lethal? I mean, Margaret's getting pretty low, but we still have this Fiendsmith grind game. We still have it. Yeah, none of our pieces are banished. It is still all available. Blue Eyes versus White Forest? No, you're right. This is Fiendsmith versus Primite. That's what's happening right now. It's fine. Game 1, they're just hitting each other with like the stage 1 form, and then game 2 they're gonna bust out the final forms, you know? That's how it works. I don't think we can blame Anna for the length of the tourney. No, you're right. Paleo contributed a little bit, but there are other contributors. Okay? So this drill beam is not live, by the way. We made it not live by summoning Typhon. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. I mean, what is this set? What does this set have to be? What does it have to be to keep Margaret alive here? There is Lacrima, so it isn't just attack, attack, pass, like attack, attack, lethal. It's slightly more than that. There's the, yeah, another barrel. The White Forest traps. Um, True. The White Forest trap would go hard. That is true. They keep dueling, all this because they don't reset the draw beam. It is true, if the draw beam was not missed on the very first, like, the very first turn of the grind game, it would have been a lot different. Yeah. The second barrel is at the board. It's the third barrel. It's the third barrel. Now all they gotta do is overlay into Baguska and get DQ'd. Also, somebody just clipped something. Haas, what did you just clip? You clipped the off the dome thing, didn't you? You clipped that off the dome shit. I know you did. Okay, we use the drill beam to clear the monsters. Yeah. Yeah, that does it. With two barrels, that's enough to beat the Lacrima. Yeah, GG. Well, that's game one. That was a long game one. But it was only game one. There's another game. Now, who thinks this one is gonna be the opposite of what we just saw? You know, this one's gonna be the cutscene, the absolute cinema, but like not like absolute cinema, just like cinema, like a movie. Maybe Barrel Control could win the YCS and the Cutie championship. Cutie championship. That's crazy. Who won? Game one was won by Rainfall on Blue Eyes. Anyway, let's get into game two. This one, White Forest is going first, so should be a little scarier for Blue Eyes. I forgot who I voted for. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, starting with Tract. No Maxi. No Maxi is good. GG, well played. Okay, to be fair, I don't think one track is full combo. I don't think one track is full combo. Remember, Beatrice does not exist. I don't think tracked is full combo. We'll have to see what else they have. Tracked is indeed full combo since Rex released. Really? Sprite Sprint exists? Yeah, Sprite Sprint exists. But how do you get the guy out of the graveyard? Oh, right, because Rex. Right. Right. The two weird comments explain to each other. Right. You discard for cost, and then it revives itself. I see. I see. Why you have luscious hair? Thank you. My hair is amazing. Wait, don't you like it? Look what it can do. Okay, we're going sprint. I see the line. I see the vision. Yeah, this is literally the combo. Have you heard of the Midnight Barber? No, what is the Midnight Barber? Do be flowing? I know. It do be flowing. Then track fuses both the Lacrima and the Sprint, yeah. Into the big unaffected guy. They do keep making a lot of Towers monsters recently, which is kind of suspicious. Like, they made the new Luna Light card, right? Which is kind of annoying. This is such a cool combo. I agree. I agree. If you missed the lore, then I can't explain it. You'll have to guess. What does that mean? The Midnight Barber. What did Mark discard? We discarded a Perulia. Which is fine, because we have normal summon Sylvie, so it doesn't really matter. But the combo, in theory, is to discard a Spell Trap, then Estella revives itself. That combo is so long just to reach White Forest, and it's going to be even longer post White Forest. Brilliant Fusion is cooler. You know what? Brilliant Fusion also probably gets that really quick. You're right. Also, I put my sub goal back on the. I forgot to put my sub goal on the stream, so the goal is back. Remember, if the goal is met, we do the base rookie to master. Actual sub incentives now. No longer just subby wubbies. Brilliant Fusion, Foolish, Estella, and Nephthys? Yeah, Nepirim. Nepirim. Yeah, if you discard a spell for the Nepirim, then... No, that's not true, right? That's not true, because... Doesn't this only trigger on costs? This only triggers if you send for cost. So, Nepirim won't work, because that's an effect. I want new White Forest support now. It is getting it. In any pack now, we're going to get the White Forest field spell. Literally any pack now, we should be getting it. Right? So it literally has support. Plus Poplar. It's not next pack, yeah. Because next pack is already pretty full. I've been saying this for the past 5 packs. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those decks that get done dirty, where they give it the full power when it's already like way power crept. With the stalling Maxidal does, I'm scared for the branded support. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but you know that new Fallen and the Virtuous card, that new card they announced? Didn't they say that that is world premiere in October? So, am I wrong for thinking that that card is coming to Master Duel this month? Am I wrong for thinking that? How y'all doing? Just waiting for my turn? It do be like that. It do be like that. Simultaneous world release structure deck. Yeah. But does simultaneous include Master Duel? That's my question. Maybe. Okay. Don't think so? Oh, okay. Is this Baron de Fleur? It is Baron. You think they might put the new branded support in Master Duel at the end of the anime? Well, that's what I was thinking, right? Wouldn't they want to cash in while the anime is still fresh. We are reaching unhealthy levels of copium. The cutscene is so long, I know. I don't know what... is there any deck that has like a longer combo? That's like, you know, somewhat relevant? Memento, Fiendsmith could have a really long combo. Like, I know there are some decks that could literally combo like forever. Like Draco Slayer, Adamancipator, Ritual Beast, Terrorist Pile, Mathmech Talk. Okay, sure, fine. But like, none of what you said are relevant. None of those decks are even remotely relevant. Maybe Ritual Beast could come back with no Lancia in the format. If no one's playing it, maybe you could play a bit of Ritual Beast. Mathmech Talker literally hit top 100 DC. Okay. Okay. Sure. Ritual Beast lost Guska. Oh, that is so true. The Guska was a big piece of the Ritual Beast. End board. The Cyber's powers are now because of backup. Pretty good decks. I said this. When the backup Agnista card came out, I said actual Agnista is surely a good deck. And I was told it was Mickey Mouse. Okay, finally, the combo has ended. What have we ended on? Book of Moon, negate, into negate. Perfect. Love it. Love it. Also, is it just me, or is this combo like a lot better when you go through Agnum Day as well? That way you can revive the Rex Tremende at any point as an unaffected towers. That also seems pretty good. Oh, and Maxi. And Maxi. Call me crazy, but I think this is GG. I think it's GG too. But who knows? Rainfall was playing Judgment. The list could have anything in it. There could be a Dark Ruler right now. How fat does the extra deck gotta be? It gotta be Omega fat. Super thick. I mean, Agdam Day is in the deck. It's not like it's not in the deck. I'm pretty sure Agdam Day is in the deck. Rex is only broken in the hands of Bronas. Somehow it's like that, right? Like, the whole Fiendsmith Ryziel deck somehow feels only broken when Bronas does it. Okay, we also had an Imperm on top of the whole combo. Look at that. It's so funny. We dropped Max C, then Impermed a card, and like we're winning the game because of it. It's almost like we could have just got away with not doing the combo at all. We just win with Max C and Imperm. Go my interactions. Stop their turn. See, that kind of sentiment, this is why I like Branded so much, because that doesn't apply to Branded, right? You can see the difference. This deck is like, go my interruptions, stop their turn. Branded is like, I'm just gonna keep playing. Like, it looks like I'm still comboing. It's just, you know, when you disrupt the opponent, it's like way different, you know? This Max C might not be inconsequential to the game. What do you mean by that? When is Maxi ever inconsequential? Okay, and there we go. Book of Moon number 1, Book of Moon number 2. The turn is passed, and it's probably GG. They have Mercuria and Rinbrum. Yeah, Branded doesn't have negates, but they do have Mercuria and Rinbrum. They also have Light and Darkness Dragon sometimes. They also have Retribution. They also have Blazing Branded King. These are negates, if you think about it. They're negates. They also have Dragos Stapelia. That's a negate. There's a lot of negates, surprisingly, in Branded. They have your opponent cannot. True. Branded Lost is like one of the main reasons why I like Reboot sometimes. Because it's really funny when opponent reboots you under Branded Lost, like on Banishment. And the animation happens and then your effect resolves anyway. So like as a Branded player, it's not that bad. I don't hate Reboot too much. Seems over? Yeah, it is over. Game 3 next? Yes. It will be game 3. So we attack Blue Eyes for 2000 piercing, despite having only 500 more attack, or 1000 more attack, sorry. And then attack for lethal. Okay. But this game 3 is going to be the interesting one. Because it's going to be White Forest going second. When I was playing Branded, I was activating Retribution on my own Branded in red, just so I can get Retri in the graveyard. That sounds like a smart play. I think I've only done that twice in a situation where it was correct. But like generally, if you have a set Retribution, you shouldn't be having to negate your own cards to get recycling. Like, don't you have an opponent's effect to negate? Okay, game 3. Let's go. IP just sat there and looked cute. What do you mean? She attacked for lethal. Masquerena was critical in attacking for lethal. The other top 4 has been finished for 2 hours. I know. I know. I feel bad for Hager in the finals, but it is what it is. Anyway, normal summon Barrel. Not naming names, but some people may have caused some very long sets. Yes, certain paleo players. But we also had some like issue games, right? That we had to fix. The game one of this match was incredibly long. Just out of nowhere, it was a really long game. Margaret has something, by the way, which might be Max C, because we let Barrel resolve, we let Spirit resolve. So this is just like Max C, right? It has to be. It is Ash. I suppose it is Ash, yeah. Because you wouldn't be thinking here if it was Max C. It is no material. Can't be Ash. Well, we could have multiple hand traps. Yeah, we do have Ash. You wouldn't think on Mausoleum unless it was not Ash. You know, unless it was Ash. I guess Ghost Ogre, but like that's a pretty easy snap Ghost Ogre, I think. Okay. So, is this going to be Drill Beam control again? Do we have no access to Blue Eyes? I mean, well, yeah, it's a Blue Eyes engine. We do. We just have set cards. Okay. Oh my god. Is that 4 again? Ether Barrel strongest? Airy Berry strongest. Somebody at Airy. Could be Seals. It could be Seals, but we did not make Seals. Interesting. So we know that Rainfall is on Judgment, we've seen. We've seen Cold by. You know what I mean? You know what I'm gonna say, right? Like it's always the hard drawn trap. It's always the hard drawn trap. So I would expect that. Tracked again. 3 Judgment, 0 Sage. I mean, if would you rather go first with 3 Judgment in your hand or 3 Sage? Okay, so I've seen this game before. What do you mean? Oh, we're in this situation again where we get all the way to Engraver, try and send the Blue Eyes, and then that forces the Drill Beam. Yep, there we go. I wonder how the person who activated the guillotine for the first time felt. What on earth are you thinking about, Abby? Did they feel excited? Probably. What is this? We targeted Requiem. Okay, so... No, I get it. I get it. I get it. We're targeting Requiem instead of Engraver because we're traumatized by that previous grind game. So we're just saying, get that Requiem out of here. And then we Judgment the Lacrima. He had load in hand? What's wrong with the load in the hand? You're wondering why they didn't make seals? Yeah. Okay, Engraver attack. Drill Beam is never dead. Yeah, Drill Beam is never dead. Oh my god. Okay, we have Diabellstar. We can play. Wait, why did we attack if we have Diabellstar? This is just lethal if it's main phase 1. Excuse me? It's just lethal in main phase 1, but okay. Now we can play. What do you think of the ban list? Um, ban list is okay. I know a lot of people are saying that it's like a dog shit ban list. I don't think it's a dog shit ban list. Like, the format was ass before. Like, playing full power Malice and full power Raziel was so ass. And they hit Malice quite significantly. Raziel is still a problem, and I kind of wish that, like, Raziel got hit super hard as well. But it is what it is. Like, I still think it's better than the previous format. There's a lot of things that they missed, but, like, there's always a lot of things that they miss. Like, if they could have hit Mjolnir and Fossil Dino, but then you could have also say that they, like, could have hit, you know, Apo, Baron, Shifter, Maxi, Cold Bite. Like, you can never stop with that list. So, I actually don't think it's the end of the world. It's, like, kind of nice. I'm happy that Malice is hit. It's a post-war ban list. They didn't have time to analyze the DC Cup. I don't think that's true. No! No. Okay. 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 Thank God the game reminded you that it's set, that it's negated before you activate the effect. That would have been a nasty jump scare. But low key, why did we set into a imperm column? Why did we set into an unknown column like this? Low key, pretty suspicious. Okay, my body is a machine. We know that the hand is load, so like banishing this load is like irrelevant, right? Like there's no point in hitting this load. So probably gonna go after, yeah, okay, we're going after Drill Beam. Nice. I don't think it was so bad to go after Blue Eyes or Barrel. Both of those are pretty good, but the actual Drill Beam is probably the best choice. Even the Field Spell was also an option. But yeah, hitting Drill Beam here puts them on fine Blue Eyes engine, because the Primite engine isn't going to cut it anymore. They went SP instead of Lacrima. How the hell do you go Lacrima with a sequence that has been impalmed and an engraver? I guess you go Tracked. Yeah, sure, you go Tracked. But Tracked 2 Lacrima burns is not lethal, so like, I like SP better. SP is just better. You're never going to burn with the Deception because you don't control an Azamina card. Okay, activating this barrel would be so troll. And we don't. Makes sense. Now we can attack. How many Blue Eyes starters is Rainfall playing, by the way? Wait, that's not the right time to use this. Now they can attack the sequence, which is the better card than the SP. I guess they're both pretty equal, actually. Because, like, SP is like a... It's, like, replaceable, right? The sequence. The SP is irreplaceable. But sequence is going to hit the board again, so... 9 in 43? There isn't 9 starters, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess there's only 9, yeah. But we haven't found it in a lot of turns. Less Blue Eyes cards than Solemns. SP can save a card from being targeted. Yes, it can. So if that's another Imperm set, we can dodge something. They both would have been pretty good on the board. The sequence would have been able to immediately activate, which would have been threatening. We're going to the second spirit. Okay. Do we top deck a Sylvie? One time Sylvie off the dome. Sylvie off the dome? Any Sylvies off the dome? We are thinking. Oh, activate deception. That's pretty hard to interact with just a back row. Unless it's Majesty. Yeah, this is really hard to interact with now. Like it would have to be a Solemn on Hallowed here. Would you Rusia? Interesting. I don't hate tributing the SP instead, if I'm honest, and keeping Rusia. I kind of like that better because this plus Engraver is Baron, which is an unlosable position in a top deck war, right? So I kind of like distributing SP there, but it's fine. I heard your favorite deck, Ryziel, is getting new support soon. So as crazy as it sounds, Mitsurugi Ryziel is something I'm excited for. I don't really like Ryziel, but most of that hate for Ryziel was because I was playing Malice last format. When I play Branded, I'm happy to see Ryziel players. And I kind of like the Mitsurugi Ryziel deck. It's interesting. SP feels safe from the Blue Eyes trap. I don't think that's what you're playing around, and I don't think it's that good either. It still pops them for one turn technically, right? Kinda. So like that's still pretty good. I like my idea better, but it looks like the back row is nothing, so we are just kind of playing. Raziel Mitsumira will go crazy when I get hand ripped for 2. Yes. Raziel Mitsumira sounds like a coin flip. Sounds like a droll mini game, but I'm excited for it. The Mitsurugi cards are cool, in my opinion. And I never say that about a ritual deck. I have never ritual summoned a monster, I don't think. I don't think I've ever ritual summoned a monster. Um, so I'm surprised, but I'm interested in Mitsurugi. We can check in game. That is true. We can check in game whether or not I ritual summoned a monster before. Does it count the solo modes? Does it count the solo modes? Wait, we made Appaloosa. Appaloosa is tiny. Um, Okay, we could have still crashed. Oh, this was a Blue Eyes engine piece. Oh no. That's that's a pretty good. Wait, we're setting this cut. I mean, fair enough, right? You can set the spell next time. Yeah. We could have still technically crashed the Arcielago, right? And then gotten wanted, technically. But yeah, that was just lethal. Like plenty of times there. Although it wouldn't have been lethal through the True Light. The True Light still had a Blue Eyes revive that we had to beat. We popped Appaloosa, which is crazy. Crazy value. Yeah. I'm gonna scream. I misplayed. Unfortunate. Yeah, these games were a little fatigued, I will say. 3 in the morning is unfortunate. So don't beat yourself up over it. Been playing for like 5 hours straight. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that was these were some good games. I actually enjoyed these. This was my favorite match so far. Somehow the you played two Primite Fiendsmith control grind games. Just pure Primite versus pure Fiendsmith. Yeah, that's gonna be it. We obviously know the set. It's just Deception. So Rainfall is just going through the motions of finding enough damage, which we don't have. Oh, I guess we can use True Light. Then it's gonna be lethal. Yeah. You never know. Yeah, you never know. Anyone can always fumble. But yes, this is lethal with the True Light. It's also lethal with Spirit, right? This can summon an attack position, right? No, it summons a defense position. But yeah, it's lethal with the True Light. Got a feel for Margaret, we've all been there before. Yes, it was unfortunate. Um, Hard to notice sometimes. You're tunneling on what to play around and how to play, and sometimes you just miss like attack point values and whether or not it's lethal on the board. That's kind of common, I think. Wait, 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 what? Why didn't we kill? Did we not have? Oh, we used True Light already, right? We didn't have True Light Revive. Right. So it wasn't lethal actually. Um, but this is a lot, right? Because we reset the trap. We have seals. We have Vela. Yeah, I mean this is a lot. We still have we have actually like a little bit of follow-up, not gonna lie. We do have a little bit of stuff in the graveyard here. Like a non-trivial amount of stuff is in this graveyard. Load and load and load and load and load. Yes. They have got loads of loads over there. They're just pumping loads all over the match. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Okay, now we're gonna pop. What are we gonna pop though? I guess the two cards on the field. The only two cards. And then this isn't gonna do anything. Although you did make Engrave alive, not that it matters, because like there's no Requiem. We just negate it anyway. Yeah. And now there should be game over. Hopefully there should be no actions other than this. Okay, barrel, sure. Sure. But hopefully we don't do anything. We just press battle phase. Yeah. And attack. GG. That was a really good match. Well played, Rainfall. Well played, Margaret. Unfortunate with the mistakes. Neither of you got away with that, like, squeaky clean. But unfortunate, Margaret lost. That was a good match, though. Finally, though, moving on to the finals. I'm back, had ribeye steak Alfredo, and then watched James Gunn's Superman. And what, we're still streaming? Crazy. Easy work, right? Easy work. It was proper fun to watch. It was really fun to watch. Yeah, I'm sure you know a lot of the mistakes that happened that game. The crazy one for me was attacking on turn 2 or whatever. Like you just instantly attacked and then die Bellstad in main phase 2 when it was just lethal. Just summon it in main phase 1 and battle phase was lethal, which went crazy. But I'm happy for the grind games. They're always fun to watch. Anyway, Mirror is a Blue Eyes mirror match. Oh, sorry, Finals is a Blue Eyes mirror match. I wonder if our other finalist is still here. I wonder if they are still here. I'm literally playing on adrenaline and lack of sleep. I'm sorry. I can only set the the time to be like appropriate to some time zones. I can't make it appropriate for every time zone. Like it's got to be appropriate for me, but then it's also like it's got to be playable for America because that's like the biggest um population of the community. I thrive on no sleep. Okay. Are we ready for the finals? Who's my final opponent? It's not you, Nicky boy. I'm hoping. I mean, Hager got to the finals like 3 hours ago. I'm really hoping that they didn't dip. If they dipped, if they're not here, then maybe Nicky boy really is in the finals. I really hope they didn't leave, but I wouldn't blame them. Would not blame them. Just give the list to Nicky. No, Nicky would be too powerful. Nicky boy is a buy. True. Also true. Okay, I mean this is really unfortunate. They have not checked in, but who blames them? It was like over 2 hours ago, so they would have to be pinged in the Discord, I think. Yeah, they've been pinged. Haas has pinged them, so hopefully they did not like, you know, put on a movie and stop paying attention, you know? Okay, it looks like they're here. They are here. Okay, we're ready to go. There we go. Rainfall versus Hager. Who is going to win? Is it the Blue Eyes Spieler or the Blue Eyes Spieler? Sorry, Nikki, yeah. Let's go. Have to log into my second account. I see, I see. I see how it is. Okay, Hager has selected going first. In the Blue Eyes mirror, I think going first is pretty good. Especially when we know Rainfall is playing cards like Called by the Grave and Judgment. So, starting with Barrel. Ooh, we have Maxi though. I kind of like using Maxi now. It doesn't matter because we have Ash. But I kind of like using it now in the mirror just because this feels like a resourcey mirror where like you care about what your opponent has in rotation. So I like using it now before they get to the Link 1. Really sad though. Okay, discard the Drill Beam. We know this play. We've seen it every single time from Hager. Literally every single time. Ooh. Another hand trap though. Ash on Wishes is nasty. Every time my opponent have Maxi. Huge Ash. Both Ashes were huge. I mean, this Ash is probably bigger than the Maxi outing Ash. Because that kind of cuts off the Blue Eyes engine. So, who's excited for Primite Control again? Who's excited for that? I love the Ether Barrel Monthly. It's crazy. We have the Airy Berry Monthly. So we're gonna make seals. Are we gonna activate the field spell? Because this is something that's like you might want to autopilot, activate the field spell, get that second Blue Eyes in the graveyard. But actually, you don't have to do that. Like holding it could be a way of like protecting it a little bit. So I kind of like that. And oh look, what is that? Is that an Ether Barrel? Damn. Why didn't they use Wish's Graveyard effect? You mean to summon the Tyrant? It would have been a waste of a Tyrant. They were gonna summon... They were gonna make seals anyway. Like, turn 1 Tyrant does nothing. Even if they don't summon the Tyrant, even if they just use the targeting protection, that's still wasting your ability to make Tyrant later. You just don't waste the resource, right? Okay, using seals on load is smart because it basically negates it. And you can't activate load twice in one turn because it's mandatory to add. So, like, you can only use each effect. So you can't activate it again to get that second effect. And we're also going to maxi to stop the link 1 or disincentivize the link 1. That toggle just there looked like the end of the main phase. So we're trying to clear the Blue Eyes. Trying to bait the Drill Beam, I suppose. There is one unknown card in the hand. We know one of them is the field spell. So likely turning off Drill Beam if we can attack the Blue Eyes. No, it's not ending the main phase, is it? That doesn't make sense. They do have their own wishes, and we have our own ash for it on this side. Okay. So both wishes getting ashed. Is that what I think it is? Can someone say Primite Control? Drill Beam Control anyone? Any Drill Beam enjoyers? So we're gonna try to attack Blue Eyes and we're gonna get Drill Beamed. Banishing the barrel is really good though, because that's just out of rotation. Whereas Hager's barrel is in rotation. And we pass. Okay. Right now, this side of the table is looking a lot stronger. With the drill beam ready to reset, the barrel, the blue eyes on the board, even though it's a tiny blue eyes. It's looking pretty good. Was that a funny old man says no set? I think it could be, yes. I think it could be. We know that Rainfall is on it. Oh, wait. We even have... Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is just kind of too much now. Maiden is, See, the difference with Hager is that you just draw. You just draw the actual Blue Eye starters instead of needing to search for them, where they can be interacted with. You just draw the Maiden, then it's so easy. Hager has a Maiden, I know. No longer maidenless. Blue Eyes is seriously underrated as a deck, especially in Master Duel with Maxi. I agree. It's a pretty damn good deck. I don't know if it's underrated. Like, it's still kind of it's still kind of worse than Ryziel. Where is Ryziel in the finals then? Very true. Very true. We did see Ryziel players, but we saw Ryziel get taken out by Labyrinth of all things. Yeah, there is the funny old man. We saw Ryziel get taken out by Labyrinth. This proves that no Baguska kills the deck. And they're also getting Mitsurugi next pack to replace Baguska. What do you mean of all things? The matchup is lab favored? Okay. I mean, I agree, it's probably lab favored. But still. It's surprising. Mitsu Kappa fucking Chungus? What do you mean by that? Okay. And we drill beam the blue eyes. That should be close to it if we didn't draw a good card. Wait, why did we target the load? Does this protect both blue eyes? No. Why didn't we target? Oh, I'm really stupid. I'm really stupid. Why can't we target blue eyes, guys? Why can't we target blue eyes? Very few have faced this awesome creature and lived to tell the tale. So we just kind of wasted our drill beam. And now Tyrant has hit the board. And Barrel is drawn? Okay. Like, this was a top-decked Barrel. This was just top-decked. Okay, is Rainfall turning this around? Because that was a big punt on the drill beam. That was a big punt. If only Hager forced that Solomon knew about. You mean with SP or something? How would you do that? How did you want to force it? Just synchro summon? Okay, so we get to attack over both monsters. $300 directly. Ouch. Okay. Well, that drill beam set It's still kind of weird, right? I guess you had to, right? You had to set the drill beam because this is load, and or rather, they'd already activated load this turn, right? They'd already activated load, and then it got drill beamed later, so they have to set the drill beam. But it does just mean that we don't have like as much engine going on. Still pretty good though. Can this set this can set judgment, by the way. Why did they not reset judgment with this? How come we didn't reset judgment? Oh, load, right, okay. Right. Seal pass, yes. It always comes down to Seal's pass. It always comes down to it. Okay, so mystery set. Is it another judgment? So we have drill beam, which presumably we want to make live as soon as possible. But that's a little weird with the seals targets on the board. Because you want to make the drill beam live, but you also don't have a good seals target yet. So you probably have to wait for a seals target first. Ooh, cold buy. Cold buy on barrel, and that's kind of annoying because that's your own barrel that's not coming back next turn now too. I actually think this hurts Rainfall more than Hager because Hager plays without the barrel here. Yeah, it was better to use the cold buy last turn if you were gonna use it like that. Yeah. Because now yours doesn't work. And I think you really need that. Because you don't have any inherent follow-up except that barrel. Okay, double blue eyes. One of them is giant and one of them is tiny. But now the drill beam's live, but it's not enough. Because we have so much going on this side. Size doesn't matter. Okay. Now it's a really big blue eyes. Okay, we can drill beam the Tyrant. That would play into the Neo Ultimate. So we have to go for the True Light. That just lets us reset the trap. Now there's like no top decks in the game. That can be enough. Add a drill beam to the equip. That's a good drill beam too. Yeah, I think there was a lethal line there as well. There was kind of nothing to be done, actually. I'm pretty sure there's no way you could have, I'm pretty sure there was a way to guarantee lethal from this side, no matter how the drill beam was used. It feels like that should have been possible. That's a good draw, but it's not enough. Wait, we used Spirit Dragon to negate Barrel, even though it's negated anyway. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny. And that will do it. And there we go. GG. Game 1 goes to Haga. They did go first, but that game kind of got a little complicated. There was a weird draw beam in the middle from Haga, so it kind of got a little weird. But it was still a going first, a going first victory. So let's see if it's a repeat, just the other way around in game 2. Solemn the normal GG? Yeah, quite possibly. Like, quite possibly that's what could happen. But if I know Haga, they're gonna start with load, searching drill beam, and they're gonna make it complicated. Okay, normal summon barrel. Wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, we have something, but we're not using it yet. Maybe Maxi, maybe Ash? What do you hold Ash for? If your opponent starts with barrel, do you Ash the load, or do you hold it for blue eyes? I think we've sort of seen proof in a lot of these blue eyes games that cutting them off of the blue eyes engine is more effective than trying to deny drill beam. So you probably hold Ash for wishes, yeah. As long as you don't reveal the toggle. Well, we have kind of revealed the toggle. Um, you could play around it by not setting wishes, but that's also like way, I don't know. It's not way worse actually. You still set the trap. You just kind of lose like Vela or something. So yeah, it is kind of risky to wait that long. Oh, we're playing Bingo Machine. This is the first time we've seen this. I didn't think they were on it. Bad tournament, not enough chain deato. I tried to hide my toggles. I don't know if I did okay or not. I didn't really notice that. I felt like you played normally. Um, you made one toggle really obvious, but then you used the hand trap anyway, so it didn't matter. Um, Probably was fine. One bingo is pretty common. Yeah, it's pretty common. But this is kind of a strange list because it's on Cold Buy, it's on Judgment, it's over 40. So like I wasn't really sure if we were on this. Also, keep in mind that this is post ban list Akemi, so there is just 3 Sage in these lists. So maybe you don't play as many of the shitty starters now. Like you surely at least replace one. We did see some player playing Piri earlier. One of the other Blue Eyes players, not one of these players, but I think one of the other players. Um, was on Piri Ice map. Yeah, that 1 hour paleo game changed me. The paleo games changes all. That's what paleo does to you. Okay. Oh my god. No shot. Where did we pull this Nibiru out of our ass from? What the fuck? Okay. Well, we still have the trap and raw. So Hager has been crazy at game. Yes. They have been drawing a lot of maxis and draws and Nibiru now. But this is still pretty good for Rainfall because there is a drill beam set, there is a trap set, the Majesty, with double pop. There is all the follow up in the world, and there's a giant token that needs to be dealt with. Going battle phase. How crazy is the battle phase here? Because you can just summon back Blue Eyes easily. Like personally, end of battle phase, I would just summon the Blue Eyes. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I wouldn't do it now. I would do it end of battle phase. Just to play around like, I don't know, something that can be summoned and then attack with. But, mostly the same thing. Why would you go BP here? I don't know. Top deck Maxi maybe? I don't know. Okay, and we have Airy Berry Ether Barrel. That's a pretty high value pop. That's pretty high value Majesty right there. Okay, but we have the Maiden anyway. Likely don't have access to Drill Beam though. With the barrel being used, the load being used, likely don't have a way to get to Drill Beam. We would literally have to just have the Drill Beam. But we can still play Blue Eyes. Why didn't we drill that? The true light? Oh no. No. What? It's the same play, but again, we target Maiden. Wait, Maiden can't activate, right? There's no target. Yeah. And then we have wishes. Okay. 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 Yeah, I think hitting the true light was probably the right play. It is interesting. I wonder like how often these two players have played Blue Eyes. Because surely, like I didn't notice it, but I've never played Blue Eyes. Surely a Blue Eyes player would be familiar with Drill Beam not being able to target Blue Eyes in the mirror. Right? Surely that's something that you learn pretty quickly when you play Blue Eyes. But it feels like both players made that mistake. I played White Forest for a week and I still forget which one is which. You say that like a week is a long time. What do you mean? Do you know how long I've played Branded for? Like like over 2 years. What do you mean? Hager could be testing this and Rainfall just came back from hiatus apparently. Yeah, I mean it's reasonable to make that mistake even if you are an expert. Like it just happens randomly sometimes. Drill beamed my own true light before. Right. Yeah, opponent's board is like a Nibiru token, a Blue Eyes, um, I don't know, a Paleo, and then you have to drill beam your own card. Also, this is the 6th hour of the tournament. Yes, this is true. This is the 6th hour of the tournament. This is usually the kind of time where you start getting fatigued. Like 5 hours is usually like the limit for me. Then my play is like knocked down a tier. That's usually what I find. Okay, we have Vela for the Lightstorm. This is still not the end of the world. Still not the end of the world here. Because we can still play. We have follow-up. Yeah, big Nibiru token. I was gonna mention it earlier, but this matchup, the mirror match, I can't see a way that you like deal with Nibiru token like incidentally. Like to beat this token, you have to commit something to it. You know, you can't drill beam it. You have to Majesty pop it basically. Like that's like you have to do something about it. It doesn't just die. You know, it's not like Engraver just gets rid of it for free or something. Like you have to do something about the token in Blue Eyes. Like this. Or just pop True Light. Yes, you can just pop the True Light. If we do pop the True Light now, which we did, we will be triggering the Light Storm. So this lets you target a spell trap in the graveyard and set it, but it can't be activated unless you control a normal. So we're going to reset Majesty. Pretty nice. And there's the barrel. The one we added back, of course. We've kind of been through a lot of our engine here. We can reset the drill beam, but we've been through a lot of engine right now. Like, extra deck engine, I mean. There's the maiden. We can get back to the true light. Okay, we're pretty set up. We're pretty set up still. I feel like in the mirror, drill beam target drill beam is huge. Yeah, it is, because one of them goes to the graveyard and one of them goes to the banished zone. And we've seen that a lot of these Blue Eyes mirror games have been grindy. Like, they've been more than 2 turns, more than 3 turns. Small world with 0 points in Genesis, let's go. I'm going to bed, good night. Okay. Good night, Office Goblin Alice. Hope you have a good sleep. Okay, what synchro can we make? Because we've been through Double Spirit. We've been through Light Storm Dragon. We could play... We could make the Crocker Dragon. Whatever that guy's called. We still have wish targets. Just got another barrel. We're gonna purge that. Okay. I came back and it's still going. This is the finals. This potentially could be the last game. So you did join right at the end. This is either the last game or the second to last game. I mean, there's nothing left on Hager's side, by the way. It is just a case of not fumbling. But it does seem like that might be a bigger ask than usual today. We do need to not fumble. It's always scary when a deck is a bit unorthodox. Yes, I agree. I don't know, it's like you see some shit like Judgment and you get scared for your life. Okay, they went end phase. Were we already in main phase 2? I don't remember. Yes, okay. Well, now we get access to our engine again. Primite's coming back. Where is our drill beam? Did we ever get to drill beam? Is it set? Am I stupid? No, this is wishes. Where is Hager's drill beam? Did they never get to it? I'm gonna Veiler it anyway, so I guess we're not getting to it. And now we're gonna pop... Okay. The Tyrant seems kind of crazy in the mirror. Because it just doesn't die by True Light or Majesty. So, like, you gotta do something about it. But no, they've seen enough. That's game over. Okay, so... all-important game 3 time. That was another go first win, but with extra steps. I do feel like the going first setup that you can do is like important. It does seem to be like a head start on the game, but there's like more than one turn to these Blue Eyes mirrors, it seems. Okay. Last game. Hager's gonna be going first. Okay, let's see if there is hand traps. In game one, okay. Barrel, can we stop with the barrel? Oh my god. I forgot how much this card is annoying. How annoying this card is. But like, can we stop? Why is it that every deck that plays barrel draws it? This card is an unsearchable 3-of. Oh, wait, unsearchable. Like, you know what I mean. Like, before the game starts, you have 3 in your deck. They just searched it? No, they started with normal summon barrel. It's always barrel. They always have barrel. But there's a hand trap here. So this could be the same story as always with these mirrors, where you don't hand trap Primite, you just try to hand trap Blue Eyes. Probably Purge. It could be a lot of things. It is Purge, okay. Which makes sense. Makes sense. I feel like purging the spirit is less value because you obviously still get like it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about though. Yeah, like this isn't Blue Eyes Engine anyway. You know? It's not a Blue Eyes Engine anyway. To resolve that, you still need an additional like Blue Eyes card in the hand. Anyway, we've passed on Drill Beam Seals and probably some non-engine cards. So Rainfall is used Purge, which means they can never Ash. If Rainfall doesn't summon Typhon, I'll be disappointed. Gotta close it on a high note. Is Typhon really a high note? Yes. I don't feel like Typhon is going out on a bang. I feel like Typhon is like going out with a whimper, you know? Also, gotta love the dual fields, by the way. With the ice versus fire dual fields, very appropriate. Cookie check. Okay, we have. Well, you were very close. You were very close to a good number. But we have 399 quadrillion, 616 trillion cookies. What is Cookie? It's a starter for Yummy deck. Who's your favorite character from A Song of Ice and Fire? You mean Game of Thrones has? I love Game of Thrones. I read the book once. Okay, normal summon Veiler is really sad to see. Because that's like the worst starter. Wait, wait. Am I missing something? Activate Maiden, place True Light, summon Veiler. Why do you summon Veiler? Why did we summon Veiler? Why did we summon Veiler, chat? Like, don't you try to set wishes, search with wishes, grab a normal summon, normal summon? It force seals and you True Light, but it doesn't force seals. You don't have to bounce the Veiler, you can bounce the Link 1. Like, why did we just waste the Veiler? Oh, right. You can't activate the True Light because the seals would negate it. Duh. Yeah, I'm stupid. See, I'm fatigued now too. I see the vision. I see the vision. 300 attack is a lot of attack. It is more than 0. It is more than 0. Doesn't matter because drill beams, we just drill. Yeah, we do have drill beam. We're gonna seals. You have to chain to True Light now. You can't tunnel vision on thinking that they're just negating the attack or like dealing with the attack. You have to use the True Light. I'm surprised that none of these Blue Eyes players have been playing Magnamut, by the way. Is it just not in the deck anymore? Because I've never seen anyone summon Magnamut with seals. Do you think they set it in the imperm column? Oh no. Do not do that. It should be in the deck. We've seen multiple seals resolve for not Magnamut when it would have been, like, correct. Okay, we do set wishes. I hope this wishes does not get ashed. Because then that would be really rough. Wishes getting the beam. Yeah, Wishes is getting the beam. Or not. It's getting the purge. Which makes sense. If you have purge, you might as well purge the card that can be purged. Because you can drill beam anything. And that's really rough now. We're even going to drill beam in the end phase because it's value. Just to get this away before it can do anything else. And now we're going to get Airy Berry back. We're going to have load. We've got a Blue Eyes on the board. This is not looking good for Rainfall. April said it would be really rough. What's wrong with saying rough? What's wrong with saying that? It would be really rough. Woof. Is the set solemn? I kind of hope it's Judgment, but it's not Judgment. Yeah, okay, it's Majesty. All 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon players opted to not play Magna? When you say all 3 Blue Eyes, do you mean there was only 3 Blue Eyes in the tournament? And 2 of them made it to the finals? Is that what you're telling me right now? Interesting. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you take away Malice, Ryziel is obviously the best deck, but like after that, Blue Eyes is one of the best decks. So it's reasonable. It's reasonable. But this doesn't look too good for Rainfall. Branded Fusion could maybe do something here. Okay, that's not Branded Fusion. You know, the amount of times that Branded Fusion is crazy as a top deck. Why don't more people play it? Why don't more people play branded fusion? Just as cards in their deck. No extra deck space? Yeah, it's also terrible in the main deck too. Okay. I mean, I thought that this was like over. I thought Hago had just won the game because they had put Rainfall down on no cards. But their end board is vanillas. So, what's going on here? Why is the end board vanillas? Did we forget to reset Drill Beam by any chance? Why is the end board vanillas? Why are we resetting a trap card? How did this happen? Like, we must have forgot to reset Drill Beam, right? Like, I also forgot about it. Right? Draw? No. Oh no, they popped it. Okay. They popped it, right. That last set was the Majesty. Okay, so that's a pretty good set. And then that was a pretty good draw. They're kind of back in the game. But, I don't know, I feel like we've seen this every single time. The Blue Eyes deck just doesn't have a high ceiling. So, like, even when it swings back in their favor, they can't win the game instantly because the ceiling just doesn't go very high. So, as soon as the turn passes, like, the resources just play again. Now we get Airy Berry back. Up to 6 cards in hand. I wonder what 4 cards Hager has in hand. I'm not sure what it could be. Synchro 9 plus Majesty can win. Honestly, Tyrant feels like a bitch in the mirror match too. Just sitting on Tyrant doesn't feel that bad either, right? Because it can't be targeted, you know, realistically. And it's big. I kind of don't hate the Tyrant. Is there a reason that we started with Sage and not Airy Berry? Because now how are we resetting Drill Beam? Why didn't we start with Drill Beam? I mean, Barrel, reset Drill Beam, going to Spirit, and then normal Sage. By the way, I'm so sad I was top 1000 with Brandon and got greedy and ended up on 3700. It's okay. As long as you had fun in playing the stage too, and you feel like you did better than last time, I feel like that's all that matters. Activate double summon. Sage gets them extension. Barrel lost to Majesties on normal. Yeah, true. That is true. People kind of forgot that Drill Beam is low-key the best Blue Eyes card. I don't know. I don't know if we're seeing proof of that. In these mirrors, I don't think we've seen that. It almost feels like this is the better Drill Beam because it can deal with 2 things at once. Whereas Drill Beam only deals with 1. Especially because so many of the Blue Eyes resources in this mirror match are about the recurring cards. So the Load that provides recurring value, the True Light that provides recurring value, and the Airy Berry in the graveyard. those feel like the three pieces in play most of the time, even more than the drill beam. So like I actually think this is the craziest card in the mirror. It's still not done? Yeah, we're in the final game, Abby. This is game 3 of the finals. It's a pretty good game too. How tired are you? I mean, I can't really say I'm tired. I'm a little tired. I will sleep after this. But compared to like my previous streams last week with the Duelist Cup, like I can't say I'm tired. What do you think about the ban list? The ban list is fine. Malice needed to get hit. I wish Ryziel also got hit. Like, put one of the Ryziel names to one, maybe both of them. I'm interested in Mitsurugi Ryziel, so I'm excited to try that list. We do play the Crocodragon, by the way. And we did attack Tyrant. Tyrant still gets to reset a trap, even if it's destroyed by battle. And we do reset the best trap in the mirror match. The Majesty. Let's see. Crocodragon has a lot of cards to discard. This can discard 2 to pop a card on the field. And there's a lot of cards in the hand to pop to use. What a crazy draw, by the way. What an absolutely unhinged draw. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we're gonna purge that with the quickness. Fair enough. That purge is gonna be pretty big. Because this is negate and destroy, because we have traps in the graveyard. But that was a sick top deck. If we didn't have something, that would have been nasty. But of course we have something. Our hand is 6 cards. Like, of course we have something. Combo player when sees opponent not use entire hand. They didn't maximize the financial benefit from Ryziel yet, so why would they nerf it more? Well, I don't care. I would have liked to see a hit. You can hit Ryziel indirectly. You can put Tachyon to 1, for example. You can hit it indirectly. I don't play Tachyon anyway. No, Tachyon is definitely correct in Ryziel. I don't think there's any good Ryziel list without Tachyon. Maybe not the 7th Ascension, but the 7th Tachyon is, like, good. Anyway, one Tyrant versus the world at this point, I don't think it can stand. I think it's gonna fall here. I think Hager's got this one. Yeah, I agree. They should have banned Ouroboros because that is going to be played in Mitsurugi, I think. That is going to be played in Mitsurugi. Wait. We can't do anything about it? We can't do anything about the Tyrant? We just have to pass? Come on, Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes, why is your deck so shit? Why is your deck so shit, Blue Eyes? This duel is brutal. It is. Honestly, most of the Blue Eyes mirrors we've seen have been like this. So maybe Blue Eyes is a fair deck. Maybe Blue Eyes is a fair and interesting deck. We're gonna set a monster. That's gotta just be a hand trap. Why are we going end phase? Why are we not going battle phase? Oh, wait. Wait, it can't attack. If you summon an effect monster, it cannot attack. That's why we didn't attack last turn. It's why we can't attack this turn. It cannot attack. And now we just start drill beaming cards, just sniping them one at a time. But how do we beat the tyrant? Now it's GG. It was GG last turn, but Hager couldn't out the tyrant. It's too big. How do we beat it? How do we beat it? Can't negate a negated monster? Correct. That's why you can't drill beam it. It's also I guess it's not unpoppable because it's negated. But you can't trap this turn. That has to be last turn. Next turn, sorry. These games are on some Looney Tunes grind game shit. Honestly, it's crazy how the Blue Eyes deck struggles to close out games. Like, it never feels that way when I play against it. It feels like it wins instantly with the follow-up. For the love of God, end this. That's thanks to Maxi. Yes, very true. Is this, what is this? Is Baron? No, this is Spirit Dragon. Summon a big monster, Hager. Summon a big monster. Do you not have any more big monsters? Where is your own Tyrant Dragon? Hello? Oh, I guess they can't summon it because they've already been through their Neo. This just proving to me that Blue Eyes Red Dragon is not for me. I mean, I like these kind of grind games. It's just it doesn't feel right. It feels like, you know, it doesn't feel like they have a lot of disruption. It feels like they just don't have a lot of ceiling. You know? But it's probably really fun to play Blue Eyes Mirrors. It's almost BM. I don't think it's BM. I don't think you know what's going off if you think it's BM. Like, the deck is genuinely struggling to out the Tyrant. They had to get to the Majesty, which needed to wait a turn, just to clear this big monster. But now they can do it. But now, there is a Lancier in the deck, by the way. First Lancier I've seen. Rainfall is still on an enormous 7,900 life points. Can we lethal? Or will there be one more turn? There will be one more turn. No, we have a Blue Eyes. We can special Blue Eyes. So it's gonna be GG. It's gonna be Bat Chest, White Lightning for game. GG's? Yeah, GG's. And there we go. GG's. congratulations, Hager, for winning my second tournament as well as my first one. Good job for winning both of them. Um, I guess we'll see if you can win every single one of them. Someone gotta stop them. But yeah, GG's everyone. Well done, Rainfall, for making finals. Well done, Hager. Well done, everyone else. Um, yeah, thank you everyone for coming. So, um, I'll DM you about the prize, and that should be good to go. I'll put your deck list in the I'll put the winning deck list in the Hall of Fame channel, and we should be good to go. I'm gonna be honest, the game was over when I special summoned Tyrant instead of Blue Eyes White Dragon. The fact that it can't attack is so rarely used because you never summon back the effect monsters, so I don't blame you. Some introspection, what would you do to improve the event? There's a few things I have in mind, but I don't need to go through them now. Yeah. Anyway, I'm tired. Thank you for playing in my tournament, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I hope the stream was nice. And make sure if you want to play in this again, it's every Friday, every first Friday of the month. But if a month sounds like a long time to wait between tournaments, don't worry. There is 2 other tournaments. Next week we've got the sub one. So if you're a sub or you want a sub and you want to play for the big prize next week, come join. Come join the Discord. Come sub to the channel, etc., etc. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. Let's find someone to raid.